Oof. It's a risky move wearing that hat on campus today, Jeremy.
It's not like the Badgers blew another game.
Oh, they're playing awful.
As an alumni from both schools, I feel when the Badgers play Illinois, I can't lose, but I also can't really win. So
right.
Badgers needed that game, man. I hope Guard can find a way to get them out of this funk, man, because they went from 6th to 60th pretty quick.
Yeah. Huge slide in a few weeks.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping he keeps his job.
What's that?
I said, I'm just hoping he keeps his job.
And that was like a big emotional day and everything.
Yeah.
Rashard Griffith was reeling Coach Moore out after his battles, and geez, what a way to just, let a Wisconsin kid, Damask, come up with like 30 points on you. Doing the same move every single time. Same move. I think he's from Waupun or something, but good times, man. All right.
Okay, before we get going, Jeremy,
Yeah.
everybody who had sent the emails that were from the Milwaukee area, I put you in the Arbiter. A lot of you have not signed in yet. So if you didn't see that email, check your junk or spam. That's where it's at. So you can get logged in. Because if you don't log in, can't give you any games.
Same thing's true of the Bay Valley guys. So keep your eyes on your email.
I'll take a look. And Madison, everybody should be entered into Arbiter, and you should have received a welcome invitation from Arbiter. If you have not, like Randy and Nick were saying, check your spam or junk email folders. Have your parents check their spam or junk email folders. And if you have not, let us know, because we can resend that invitation, but we need to know what the disconnect is between your email address and you receiving the Arbiter emails. Very important, as Randy and Nick mentioned. All right, so today we have an action-packed second classroom session. Just to remind you, myself, Randy, and Nick, this is our contact information. Hopefully you didn't have any trouble emailing us or letting us know that you were going to make this session, maybe. So again, this slide's being recorded, so you shouldn't have any issues. Field training Sunday, April 7th in Milwaukee. Randy, that's correct, right? Site TBD. I think Randy was having maybe an audio issue. And then Saturday, April 13th.
That's going to be at Shorewood.
Yep, Shorewood High School. Yep.
Shorewood. Okay. I'll update the slide too, or just remember Shorewood High School. Saturday, April 13th in Wanakee. I believe that's still at the turf field. For the 13th, you're going to need to get there by 8:30 a.m. Plan to stay until 4:30. Randy, you have a time yet?
We'll run it from noon until 5. That's what I've been told. So they should get there no later than 11:30, so we can start doing just some pregame stuff and then putting guys on a field.
Perfect. Sounds great.
One more addition to this slide, Jeremy.
Yeah.
April 7th, same day as Milwaukee training, there is an on-field training in Green Bay. So if you're from Wausau, if you're from near Wausau, if you're from Appleton, near Appleton, if you're from Green Bay, do plan on attending the April 7th on-field training. Times TBD. So, carve out most of the day. But it's going to be at Four Seasons Park in Hobart, Wisconsin. So I'll include that in my email to this group, but wanted to let everybody know.
That's exciting, Nick. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for getting that together.
Very important. You email Nick, myself, or Randy with which session you will be attending. If you don't show up at the session where you live, your local session, You have to also let the assigners who you're going to their session of, i.e., if you live in Madison and you want to go to Nick's session in the Green Bay area, you have to let myself know that you're training there, and also Nick know that you're training there. So there's enough games and enough spots for everyone to get a sufficient amount of time on the field. Okay, if you have any questions, you got to reach out now, because that's a month away, folks. And then in Madison area, the season's going to start the 20th. Or yeah, the 20th. And I think Milwaukee starts the 13th there as well, maybe, Randy, or the 20th.
It is, I think it's the 20th and 21st also, yeah.
So during this time, what are you going to be doing? You're going to be making sure by the 1st of April, all of your testing is complete. All of the online requirements to USA Lacrosse that we went through last week. There's 2 videos you got to watch and take a 50-question test where you literally, oh, I shouldn't say literally, you're really close to literally cannot fail. You're given 2 attempts to change your answer on a 4 possible answer question. Okay, so if you have trouble though, and some people may, nothing to be ashamed of, reach out to your assigner. We'll try to clear up any confusion you might be having. Okay, not an onerous test. This isn't your first semester of calculus. Okay. So with that, let's get into today's training. What we're going to start off with, unless we have any Randy or Nick, you feel differently. Why don't we start off with personal fouls, technical fouls, and then spend a lot of time on mechanics? What do we think?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, great. All right, so you should be able to see my screen here. Presentation mode, right? Yes?
Yep.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Okay, personal fouls. Again, one point of emphasis this year from USA Lacrosse was to remove the automatic slash and call for one-handed stick checks at 12 and 14U. I can now say that the whole state of Wisconsin will not be enforcing that. We will not be enforcing that. At 12 and 14U, it's still going to be a slash call if you do a one-handed stick check and make contact.
No matter how clean it is.
Exactly. Any one-handed stick check at youth lacrosse, 10, 12, 14, makes contact, it's a penalty. Okay, so all of the whole state of Wisconsin is in agreement that we will not be enforcing or not allow one-handed stick checks at 12 and 14U. Okay, just want to make that clear, and it'll be conveyed to folks in Madison at our field training, and the teams will also be informed during the coaches meeting, as I'm sure they will in Madison and the Bay Valley. Okay, so personal fouls, very important you understand. For you players in high school, what's considered a foul in high school, or what's considered a clean play in high school, can easily be considered a foul in certain circumstances at youth. Okay. So according to the rule book, personal fouls are those of a serious nature. Anything that really deals with a foul that causes physical harm. Okay. Illegal body checking, slashing, cross check, tripping, unnecessary roughness, unsportsmanlike conduct, and anything involving the head and neck. At the end of the session today, we're going to actually listen to the whole rules interpretation video that USA Lacrosse put out last week. Okay, it's a good nugget if you can get through the super thick Gloucester accents of some of the trainers on that video. You're gonna ask for a cup of chowder and a hoodie with no sleeves on it. But it's very important that we listen to that, because it kind of goes over the rationale of what some of these checks are. And what I finally think is the right thing that we're going to be doing more of this year is a check that starts out legal, especially in youth lacrosse, can end illegally if it ends up making head and neck contact. Okay, so what starts off legal can actually end up illegal at the end of the day. So we'll go over all that at the end. And there are three main types of personal fouls: illegal conduct, illegal equipment, and illegal contact. Okay. Illegal, and all three of them kind of intersect at the control of the game. Okay. If you are not calling personal fouls clearly and consistently, you have a very good chance of the game getting out of control. Okay. It's not technically your job to control the game. It's your job to enforce the rules of the game. But if you're not consistent and if you're not calling personal fouls, the game will spin out of control on you. It's not what we want for the players. It's not what we want for the fans and coaches. It's definitely not what we want for you. Okay. Illegal contact or safety fouls. Okay. Illegal conduct includes coaches and players' behavior. And illegal equipment includes the stick and all mandatory required equipment. Technically, don't do stick checks, you do equipment checks. Okay. And how we control the calls and be consistent with these calls, legal contact, conduct, and equipment, keeps the flow of the game. Like we talked about last weekend, the flow of the game. Okay. Keep the game going through running, jogging, not walking, but also your calls, your restarts, everything kind of goes into the quality and flow of the game, including your calling of these penalties. Okay. So remember, illegal contact, safety fouls, illegal conduct, coaches and players' behavior, and illegal equipment. It's pretty self-explanatory. Okay. So what are the personal fouls? The personal fouls: cross-check, illegal body contact, checks involving the head and neck, body checking a defenseless player, which I think factors in on 3 test questions, by the way, out of 50, slashing, tripping, and unnecessary roughness. Okay. So start off with cross-check. This is a very difficult call to make at high school level sometimes, in college, but at youth, it should be pretty straightforward. 9 times out of 10, there's not going to be a lot of youth size skyscrapers, kids bigger than you, that are blocking your vantage point. Okay. So cross-check, part of the cross between the hands, between the gloves. Thrusting is the main part. A player cannot check his opponent with his cross in a cross-check position, i.e., the area between his gloved hands on the stick. Okay. Easiest way to control this is to make sure when you do your captain's talk, remember, or the pregame, with the pregame lineup, you want to make sure you don't spend a ton of time talking to these kids, but make sure that they understand at least the first couple weeks, hey, do not make contact with the area of the stick between your gloves in a thrusting motion. Okay. It's an easy call to make at the youth level. Okay. It's the big thing is going to be the area between the contact is between the, with the area of the stick between the gloves, and it's a thrusting away from the body or by holding the stick in an extension from the body and driving. Okay. Now, cross-checking, there's also a cross-check push or a cross-check hold that we'll talk about later. Okay. You have to be careful of the pushing of the player with the ball with the area between the sticks and the gloves in a driving motion. Okay. Equal contact is hard to determine at the youth level because kids are all over the place in size. Okay. But you have to remember, you're looking for safety and you're looking for a competitive advantage. Okay. So look for that separation and a definitive thrusting motion. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on cross-check? Let's see if this video plays. I've been having trouble with this video. Oh, there we go. Great. YouTube. It's not creepy at all. High school. Yeah. So you can see there's a lot of business going on there. Oh, thanks, YouTube. Creepy. you can see there's a lot of business going on there. The main thing that you're seeing though is the contact with the player that was coming up the field was with this area of the stick between the gloves. That was a thrusting or driving motion. That's a pretty clear cross check. I mean, depending on whether you see head contact there, you could beef that call up, but the high school level, that's probably Randy, a 1 minute.
Yeah,
Anything else? Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty clean. I mean, the guy was away from the play, and he got some loving.
Yeah, and he took a nice little run at him too. So that's a pretty easy call. At the youth level, you're gonna see that. You're gonna see kids take a 10-yard run. Okay, at a kid, try to make contact with them. If you see a cross check in the back, call it a cross check. Don't call it a push with possession. Okay, call it a cross check. At the youth level, especially, always, if you see possibly like contact from behind that you see with the area between the gloved hand, so the stick is the part making contact and a thrusting motion, don't call that a push. With possession, a technical foul, call it the cross check. Okay. Let's see if we can't get away from YouTube. Okay, illegal body check. Okay. Illegal body checks is any body checking an opponent who is not in possession of the ball or within 5 yards of a loose ball. The youth level, you're also looking at a 3-yard rule. Okay. So more than 5 yards from a loose ball, from the rear or below the waist, when the player's on the ground. That's a huge test question this year. Okay. Player on the ground, they cannot make any kind of body check at all. Okay. Oops, let's go back. So one thing you will see, again, like the cross check, is the body check from behind. If it's a body check and not just a push from possession, we'll talk about what the push from possession is, go with the larger call, which is the body check. Okay. Because you got to remember, this is a safety foul. Safety foul. Like the technical fouls are more of the cadence or the play of the game. Okay. The personal fouls are personal injury. Are fouls that, if not called, can lead to a significant injury. Technical fouls can be conduct of the game. Okay. Typically, okay, it's really important to understand when you have any part, okay, of his body, of a player's body other than his feet on the ground, that player should not be made contact with any kind of body check. Okay. So if a player's on his knees, that player cannot be body checked. If a player has a glove on the ground and his feet down, he can't be body checked. Okay. Anything other than 2 feet on the ground, they should not be able to be body checked. You will see that at the youth level. Okay. And it'll happen quick. So just be on it. Okay. Players should not be playing from their knees. At 10U, you can still face off from your knees, but players should not technically be playing the ball from their knees. They should be getting up in a pretty quick amount of time, but they cannot be hit. They cannot be body checked at 12 or 14U. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I don't have a question, but just to add on what Jeremy's saying here, you're going to see guys playing, from the ground, which is legal, even though people think it's illegal. They can play. You can play their stick while they're on the ground. So make sure you differentiate your call. If they're just checking the stick, that's legal, not the player. Because some guys will go, oh, he was on the ground. Well, they checked their stick. So you get that whole quarter of a second to decide that. So you got to really be on a snap decision. And another thing on the illegal body check, and especially at youth, you're going to see guys jumping. Well, they do it in high school too. But if a guy leaves his feet by his own volition and is legally checked and lands on the ground, that's nothing. Because the player gave up the ground to jump, and now he's legally checked. That's not a foul.
That's a good point, Randy. And the other thing that we see at youth a lot is a player carrying the ball. He's about to get body checked and he turns his back to the contact. You know, if that's within 1.5, 2 steps, that's not an illegal body check. If the player with the ball turns and there's no reasonable time for the player who's making the body check to stop, that's on the offensive player. That's analogous to jumping. And you know, at the high school level and at the youth level, there's really very few times where it's beneficial to leave your feet. And you lose a lot of protections when you voluntarily leave your feet in lacrosse at any level, even college. So just remember that. We see that a lot. Kid turns his back last minute. That's a time when he can be legally body checked, as long as you don't think the defensive player had enough time to stop. At the youth level, I mean, you're talking about 2 yards, really, at most, 2 steps. Randy, you have anything to add?
No, that's perfect. It's unfortunately, guys, you're going to be put in that position, and you got to make, like I said, you got to give about a quarter of a second to decide how it happened. Just be consistent. As Jeremy said earlier, that's one thing that the coaches and players are looking for, and your partner too.
Yeah.
Just be consistent. If you're going to call it in the first 2 minutes of the game, you should be prepared to call it in the last 2 minutes of the game.
100%. So checks involving the head or neck. Okay. At no time should a player initiate contact with an opponent's head or neck with a cross check or with any other part of the player's body, head, elbows, shoulder, etc. Okay. Any of the follow through that contacts the head or neck is also going to be a violation. I.e., you're starting out with a totally legal check to between the waist and the shoulders, the waist and the neck. But during that check, your hands, your shoulder end up coming up and making contact with the head or neck of the player that you're checking. That's going to be a 1-minute penalty this year. And that's what they talked about at the rules interpretation level video that we'll watch at the end. What starts out legal doesn't necessarily end legal. Okay. So we're really going to watch out for that. So any of the follow through that contacts the head or neck is going to be a penalty. Okay. We're definitely going to be consistent in calling that across the straight. A player may not initiate an excessive, violent, or uncontrolled slash to the head or neck. 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. Slash to the neck. That includes slashing, like Randy was saying, the kid's on the ground, he's playing the ball, and you're not making body contact at him, but you slash his head or neck, 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. Also, a player should not use his head to initiate contact with the head of another player. Okay. What does that mean? Helmet on helmet. You should not ever initiate these spearing type penalties. 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. So any of the things we just discussed, including a body check that legally slides up, follows through to an opponent's head or neck, any of these head or neck things, 2 or 3 minutes, non-releasable at the official's discretion. Okay. Non-releasable. Now, Randy and Nick will tell you this, and I'll tell you this too. Sometimes you see the most egregious head or neck contact hits, just a vicious, stick to the neck, out of control, kid taking a run 20 yards, hitting the guy right in the neck with a stick, following through with them. I've ejected kids for that. Give them a 3-minute non-releasable and you can eject them. It's your discretion. And usually good discretion comes with experience. Okay. I'm sure Randy and Nick will tell you that they've had similar situations, but some of these penalties can warrant an ejection. If it's an ejection, 3-minute non-releasable, okay, players should leave the field if their parents are there. If not, they can stay on the bench. Anybody have any questions?
And just on the ejection, guys, if you are going to eject a player, that's your prerogative. You make sure that you tell your assigner that you ejected 25 from whatever team, and I'm not picking on 25, but So we know, so we can get to the coach of that team, because that player now is DQ'd for the next game too in the state of Wisconsin.
Yep. Very important. You always should be sending game reports, and we'll talk about that more at field training. You should always be letting your assigner know how your games are going. If you have any problems with coaches, for a couple reasons, to give the signer a heads up, because typically if it gets that bad, the coach or somebody will be contacting the signer about the game. But also so we know what teams or what coaches are problematic. Okay, so then we know we have to send maybe different officials to those games, more experienced officials. Okay,
It's fine.
Oh, and mute yourself.
uncontrolled slash spearing, legal follow through to head and neck targeting, checks involving the head and neck cross check. Okay, just what we talked about. Okay, another YouTube video. Oh no, great, this one's embedded. Okay, this I'm assuming, spoiler alert, I watched this last night. It's a check to the head and neck. Great viewing pleasure. Here we go down the alley. There we go. Not an ejection penalty, in my opinion. That's going to be probably a 2-minute. Oh, he went back and did the. Oh, sorry, bro. There we go. That's. I mean, that's pretty textbook. A perfect cross check to the head. Let me give you a hand up. It'll help your concussion symptoms to get right back up. Yeah.
And
Randy, Nick, what would you guys do?
And that's an easy call to make too, because the guy already knows he did something wrong. He's there to be the ambulance driver.
Yeah.
As you can see in that video, this guy has every intention to take that guy out. He's not playing him for any other reason that he's going to show him that he's tougher than him. It's a play that we don't want to see in the game of lacrosse. I mean, that's an easy flag, and at minimum, you're going to put him in for 2.
And in the prospects camp.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason that saved him from 3 is because he actually went over and like, crap, I'm sorry, guy.
Yeah, and you can give the guy 3 and not eject him.
Yeah.
You could do that. And remember,
Oh, 45. Who's in here? Are you sure I'll be able to? Bill's in here. Yeah, I'm God, you could. You should. These don't even matter. I haven't gone to a Zoom in the last 2 years. I just pull up the
Calvin.
Oh God.
Will you? Hey,
My bad.
why do I know it's you? Hey, everyone, mute yourself. All right, especially Calvin. All right, so yeah, 3 minutes. I would do there, not eject, 3 minutes out. Okay. Main thing is the guy's out of control. I mean, it's obviously at the youth level, any check, body check with the intent of knocking a player down, not playing the ball is going to be a penalty anyway. Okay. So you got to make these calls at the youth level pretty quick. All right.
I think one thing you'll see is that these plays, these actions on the part of the players, they usually don't just pop up out of nowhere. Yeah. Right. So you'd want to consider the climate of the game when you're deciding whether that's 2, 3, or 3+ an ejection. You know, if it's out of the blue and there's been nothing naughty so far, yeah, maybe it's 2. If we've had a couple 2-minute penalties, maybe this player's had a 2-minute penalty and it's time for him to go to the bench. You can foul him out by giving him a 3, and you could do that deliberately. And then, you know, God forbid the game's getting out of hand, kids are getting injured. We need to really nip things in the bud. That's when you might want to think about ratcheting it up. So consider not just the play, but the context of the game too.
Excellent point. And to Nick's point, if you can foul a guy out before you have to eject him, that makes it your job much easier.
Yep. So the recommendation from USA Lacrosse on this particular play is a 2-minute non-releasable. Yeah, I would at the youth level. Again, this is high school. At the youth level, you could give them 3. I would have no problem with that. So let's move on to defenseless player. Okay. A player shall not body check a player in a defenseless position. This can also mean the follow through of a shot. Okay. Some of these situations where players determined defenseless, body checking a player from his blind side, body checking a player as his head down in an attempt to play a loose ball, which is what you'll see a lot of at 10, 12, and even 14U. Body checking a player's head is turned away to receive a pass. The worst, the buddy pass. Okay. Even if that player turns toward the contact immediately before the body check, you should still call that an illegal body check. All right. That player is still defenseless. Even if he turns and he has that 1 second, you still have to give him the penalty. Okay. Now, hitting a defenseless player, body check to a defenseless player are always 2 or 3 minutes, non-releasable at the official's discretion. Okay. And this could, this is a very easy call that can lead to an ejection too. So what I mean by that is a lot of hits on defenseless players can end up in ejections due to how violent and egregious they are. Okay. Very important. USA Lacrosse does not want you to bring down hitting to a defenseless player, which is a 2 to 3 minute non-releasable, to a 1 minute if you use the words to the head. Come on. Yeah, 2 to 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes non-releasable. Okay. Oh, defenseless player video. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Finally cleared out by Oberg. Finds a teammate down towards the offensive zone. It's scooped up by Feldhage, but then taken away by the Panthers. A host of 4 Panthers getting there to him. Big, stiff elbow to the face type check. And that's going to draw a quick penalty. Blitzing right off the bench.
Yep.
Was Neil Molitor.
That'll do it.
The blind side on Hershey.
Yeah. So in that case,
Just about everything.
shit at one time, yeah.
You can tell that was on
I don't know, Randy, what would you do there?
He's going for 3 at minimum.
Yeah.
Depending on, more than 5, he literally came out of the box to hit the guy.
Yeah.
And so the player was completely defenseless. He had no idea this was coming. And if you don't want to eject him, right after that hit, you throw another flag for taunting, because if you watch, he stands right over the top of him. So you go 3-2, he's fouled out. That's it. And you don't see him anymore.
I agree. This is not a sick lacrosse check, as the stupid title that USA Lacrosse is linking to a video of a sick lacrosse check. This is a 3-minute ejection for me. No question. I mean, that's just dirty play. Player's defenseless. The hit is egregious, and then the taunt on top of it. I mean, it's crazy. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, I think especially at the youth level, I don't know, maybe we have higher level of play down Madison, Milwaukee, but for sure in Bay Valley, I think Jeremy's judgment is spot on. And what Randy brought up about, hey, can we total it to 5 and get the kid out of the game without penalizing him and DQing him for another game? That's sometimes the best case scenario. So no issue with what Jeremy and Randy said.
Thanks, man. Does anybody have any questions or feelings about this play? Again, 3-minute ejection for me. Get the kid out. He should be disqualified for another game. Does anybody feel that's too strict or too harsh? Calvin, now that you know how to mute yourself, you unmute yourself for a minute and chime in.
I don't know. I might be a little bit rough.
Rough as in too much of a penalty?
A little bit. 3 minutes and an ejection seems kind of OC.
What would you give him?
I'd probably do like 2 minutes. I don't know about an ejection. Depends how bad it was.
Well, to eject him, you're gonna give him 3 minutes and an ejection. 3 minutes not releasable. What did you think that was not rising to the level of an ejection? You think it wasn't violent enough, or what?
No, I mean, I think it could have been. It just really depends on like how bad the hit was and like how much he was targeting, I guess. I guess that hit was pretty rough. I'm looking at it. It's like right in the face.
All right. You can mute yourself again, Calvin. I just called you out because you were talking before. Thank you, Calvin. Yeah, let's do a 3-minute ejection on that guy. Thanks for chiming in. Targeting. Players shall not initiate targeting that intentionally takes aim at the head, neck of an opponent for the purposes of making violent contact. Okay, this includes spearing, where you lead with your head to make contact with the player. Okay. Targeting is a 3-minute non-releasable foul. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a disqualification foul. But remember, in youth lacrosse, 3 personal fouls, or how many minutes of personal foul time before you get disqualified, which is not ejected, disqualified, as Nick and Randy said. You need to know that for the test. I can tell you it's more than 3 and less than 6. So with targeting, USA Lacrosse defines targeting as an angry foul. Okay, I tend to think a lot of personal fouls are angry, but what USA Lacrosse thinks is almost always targeting can be predicted, not prevented, but predicted based on the tone and competitiveness and chirpiness of the game, which goes back to the very beginning of today's session. We were talking about, hey, set a tone, especially with personal fouls. Because if you don't call the personal fouls and that's the tone you're setting and you're consistently not calling personal fouls, the players, the fans, the coaches, the heat is going to be on. They're going to get, the blood's going to boil. They're going to lose their religion. And the next thing you know, you're going to end up with a ton of targeting and DQs. Okay, or ejections. Set the tone. When you see something like this, in the screen here, you can see the defensive player clearly making contact with the area between the gloves on the hands on the stick to the helmets. I mean, come on, these are easy calls. 3-minute non-releasable. Okay. Again, you can't prevent things that happen on the field. But what you can do is you can control the game by making consistent calls and calling all the personal fouls you see, even if you're tired of calling them. Okay? Call them consistently. And then what you do is you set a tone. Kids will adapt. Kids at any age, 10, 12, 14U. When you start making personal foul calls, don't look for fouls. Don't look to make calls. Look for the foul. Make the call. Okay? Set the tone. They'll adapt. They'll start playing well. At 10U, you see it all the time. Okay, if you don't call fouls early in a game, and certainly early in the season, 10U turns into some kind of Lord of the Flies. Okay, it's a Lord of the Flies with one guy wearing a striped shirt walking around the island. All right, don't let it get to that level. All right, make your calls, make them consistent. If you are going to call targeting, make sure you talk to your partner about it. Okay. It should be, since it's a 3-minute non-releasable foul, it's a big deal. Make sure you convene with your partner for all the calls. Really, you should be. You're always communicating the foul to your partner. All right, targeting video. Let's take a look here. There we go. Looks like it could be the same prospect cam. All right. So let's see where the contact. Boom. Hitting them from his blind side. Okay. And making head to neck contacts. Randy, what would you do there?
He's definitely going to the box, depending on the distance that he traveled to give him a pop.
Yeah.
That'd be 2 or 3. I'm not sure I would go ejection out of the chute myself, just because it also depends on where you are in the game, right?
Right.
Which you guys will hear with that thick Boston accent later in that video. He'll talk about that. You're looking for player safety, especially at youth, and always err for safety and put somebody in deep time wise. because you want to set the tone. Because one thing you'll find out, the rule book never changes. The players will play to what you allow them to play to.
Exactly. Yep. So USA Lacrosse recommends on this play 3-minute and ejection. You know, at the youth level, I can totally see that. At the high school
Mhm.
level, like Randy's saying, what this game is at, I honestly I don't know if that's an ejection penalty. At the youth, yes,
Mhm.
ejection penalty. Remember, they don't have a lot of youth videos. They're all high school videos we have to watch for youth. But you know, at the youth level, you're talking about, you know, making a run at a guy, you're talking about contact to knock him down, and then you're talking about possibly head and neck contact. So at the youth level, 3-minute ejection. Does anybody have any questions on that? All right.
And go in that slide before where they say it's predictable.
Yeah.
Guys, actually that's more true than you will find when you're out on a field, because you may see a play that you deem completely legal. And the guy who just got whacked or somehow, aggrieved is going to come up, smoke coming out of his ears and flames coming out of his eyes, and he is looking for retribution. And you're going to get that. And then everybody's going to go, well, you got that one. Why didn't you get the other one? So when it says it can be predicted, they're not lying. You're going to see it because someone's going to come out looking for a pound of flesh.
Right.
Yep. Just one other quick comment on the last video that
Yeah.
Jeremy was able to share. We notice how the kid doesn't get up, right? So maybe you throw your flag, right? Maybe not. Maybe you miss it. But in either one of those scenarios, when you have a kid not getting up, it actually buys you some time to think about. Well, maybe when you threw your flag, you were going to go with a 2-minute cross check, but now they're bringing out the stretcher, and you haven't yet administered the penalty. Maybe you think about ratcheting it up to a 3 or 3+ based on the severity of the injury. So one thing to think about, you can just use that time to, oh, gee, maybe that was worse than what I originally perceived, and tailor your judgment that way.
Yeah, and definitely talk to your partner.
Yep. Yes, definitely. Oh, I can see where this is going. Definitely make sure that, especially in the case Nick outlined, if there's an injured player that you're stopped the clock anyway, like, don't worry about the time. Talk about the severity of it. Okay. Slashing, everyone's favorites. Okay. Swinging across an opponent's cross or body with deliberate viciousness or reckless abandon, regardless of whether the opponent's cross or body is struck. Let me read that last part again. Regardless of whether the opponent's cross or body is struck. Okay. Randy, are you calling at the youth level a one-arm swinging check a slash if they miss?
It's kind of dependent, but I think we should, as a collective group, call it more often than not, because we need to take that particular play out of the game.
Yep. Exactly. So I think, so here's the thing, guys and girls, you're going to call these games in your first few games. If you've never officiated a lacrosse game, you got to get the big stuff right. You absolutely do. Lean on your partner for some of the game management stuff, but you got to get the big stuff right. You got to get the big calls, the slashes, the body checks. And the player in white, okay, at any youth level, once you go over your shoulder like that, you should be calling a slash if he comes down with a downward motion. That's my opinion at the youth level.
Yeah,
because that player in white is out of control, and that fits the deliberate viciousness or reckless abandon that USA Lacrosse describes. Okay, so striking an opponent in an attempt to dislodge the ball from his cross unless the player is in possession. Okay, so this is some of the language that USA Lacrosse uses that I wrote in my notes. But slashing is striking an opponent in an attempt to dislodge the ball from his cross unless the player in possession in an attempt to protect his cross uses some parts of his body other than his head or neck to ward off the thrust of the defensive player's cross. And as a result, the defensive player's cross strikes some part of the attacking player's body other than head or neck. So what does that mean? It's control. You know, USA Lacrosse can write these gobbledygook word salads, but it's how much control does the defensive player have? Are they making a legal controlled check, or is it out of control viciousness? Okay, we used to yell back in the day, you know, get stick. But at the youth level, it really is about control. Randy, got anything?
No, that sums it up pretty well.
Yeah. So hitting an opponent in any part of the body with the cross in a vicious, out of control, reckless, abandoned way is going to be a slash at the youth level. Okay.
And remember some of those words that Jeremy used when you have a coach losing his mind on the sideline, which surely you will at the youth level. Sorry, but that's the reality. Occasionally it's going to happen. Why was that a slash? Why was that a slash? He was swinging with viciousness. He was swinging with reckless abandon, right? You can't argue with that. It's in the rule book.
Yep. Those are, like Nick said, those are very important phrases that USA Lacrosse specifically puts in to allow the official to make these discretionary control related calls. Okay. So it's really important that this looks pretty grainy. Oh, there we go. All right. So here's a video on slashing. Again, it's at the high school level. As Nick pointed out, the coaches are real excited about the call. Let's replay that one. So you want to watch Steve Harvey videos. So multiple penalties. Let's go here. So there's the flag is already down at this point. Okay, so now red's going to shoot. So white already has a slash. Okay. Now he also ends up on top of him. Okay. So what I see is just an everyday slash by the defenseman. I mean, that's all I see. Randy, do you have anything, or Nick?
It appears the far guy, you know, he got the slash on the first, you know, for the first violation, and then they both got what looks like probably an illegal body check because the guy gave him the business when he was on the ground.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the slash goes, I didn't see anything super egregious. That's just going to be a 1 minute penalty.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then the kicker is for the histrionics after either the illegal body check, hitting a defenseless player, or whatever they maybe you know, more than 2 beats after he shot the late hit. Does anybody have any questions on that? That was pretty straightforward. Okay, here's another video. This also looks at the high school level. Ah, there we go.
Mhm.
Look around, buddy. We'll go back here. Yep. So you can see this is right there. He doesn't, it's a vicious, unnecessary slash to the guy's backside. Okay, back inside area. There's absolutely no reason. You got to call that. Okay. If you don't call that slash, what's going to happen is both teams will start doing that. And eventually it'll get to a point where everybody is making slashes and you weren't consistent. You didn't call the first few. So now you're in a hole. You start calling them and people are going to get on you about your consistency. Guess what? If you're missing calls, you got to correct yourself. So if you're consistently missing calls, you better consistently start making them. Okay. Because those kind of slashes are what Randy and Nick are referring to, is they They increase the temperature of the players, fans, everyone at the game, and that leads to your loss of ability to control the game. Okay. That is exactly the kind of tone you want to set. Call that penalty, get him in the box. That'll probably be the last time you'll see that during the game. Okay. If you don't call that, you'll see this all the time.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this is a great video too, because guys, this is the area of the field where you're going to see this most. The attackman is chasing the guy to the center line. And he's going to try some way, somehow to dislodge the ball. I don't know if Don's still on. We had one yesterday in a college game. Exact same scenario.
What did you call it? Slash?
It was a slash, yeah. Except he got him in a lower area. So as the coach was complaining about the call, it's like, well, it was below the waist just by the fact the way he's curled up on the field. You're going to see it in this area. It's because they've been beat already, guys. So they're thinking, okay, I'll just take a swing at him and see if I can dislodge the ball, or I just want to let him know that I don't like the fact that you beat me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a competitive advantage to you being beaten and then trying to slash a kid in the back to try to gain back advantage. Okay. It's got to call that. Tripping, tough one at the youth because kids trip all the time. Okay. Tripping rules: a player shall not trip an opponent with any part of his body or cross or stick. Okay. So that cross stick part is really important. Going for a ground ball at the youth level, kid puts his stick, causes another kid to trip because the kid gets his stick caught between the kid's leg. That's a trip, guys. That's a trip. Okay. Sometimes it's incidental, like 2 feet knocking together, or one kid kind of stumbling and taking another kid down. That's different. Okay. Here you can see obstructing below the waist with positive primary action, i.e., something a player does directly is causing that trip. Okay. It doesn't have to be intentional, especially you see that with the stick, but you still have to call it. Okay. USA Lacrosse thinks it usually happens after a missed check in the follow through. I mean, at the youth level, you see it just kids walking and falling over also. Happens when feet get tangled. Would he have gone down without the help? You know, I mean, at this level, tripping is also one of the most obvious calls that we see. Okay, cross-check, tripping. And it's really, we'll talk about mechanics and positioning, but it's really about your ability to get in a position to see that positive primary action which causes a player to fall. Okay. One caveat or one part where there's no tripping, and this is going to be a common theme with lacrosse, is that when a player legally checks the stick or cross of their opponent, and the result is to cause the opponent to trip over his own stick, i.e., you legally check a kid's stick, and the kid trips over his own stick that was legally checked. That's not a foul. That's not, even though the positive primary action is you checking the stick, that is not a trip. Okay. So the difference is the positive primary action by a player outside of legally crossing a stick, checking a stick, causes a player to fall and trip. Okay. Everybody good with that? Pretty obvious. I was going to say there's got to be a video for tripping.
Congratulations. We thank everyone who participated. Well done.
All right, let's watch that again.
Congratulations. We thank everyone who participated. Well done.
Okay, so USA Lacrosse wants you to ask yourself. See if I can get it. Okay. USA Lacrosse wants you to ask yourself, would this player have gone down? There's a good view of it. Would this player have gone down if there was no help i.e. no action from the guy in white to help him fall down, i.e. trip him. Okay, the bottom line is the player went down with help. It's a trip. Okay. What do you think? What does everyone think?
Yeah, let's hear somebody from the gang here.
What do you see? I know it's hard to see with USA Lacrosse has a very eclectic viewing history here of YouTube, but you can see foot on foot, maybe another stick. What does everyone think? Let's not resort to calling participants from the chat. Somebody chime in, please.
Oh,
Can we see the video?
Oh, yep. Go ahead.
Can we see the video one more time, quick?
Yes. All right.
Congratulations. We thank everyone who participated. Well done.
What do you think?
The player would probably not have gone down without the person tripping him.
Okay. I tend to agree with you, and so does USA Lacrosse. The foot, although unintentional, possibly, White is making a play to try to get an advantage on green. He's behind him. He's, reasonably in control, but his positive action caused the goalie to fall. Tripping. 1 minute. Does anybody else have anything? Okay. Let's move on. Pretty straightforward. 1 minute penalty. Unnecessary roughness. It's a good catch-all. Okay. Unnecessary roughness, excessively violent holding and pushing. Defensive player, violent contact with screening an opponent. Very common. Back in the day when some of us used to play in a different time of lacrosse officiating. If somebody went to set a screen with you, it was never called, and you could duck, turn your head down, spear the screener, and run right through them. That was never called in lacrosse. Okay. This was not that long ago, but still like around the same time when they changed the face-off rules, where the face-off guys could just body check each other once the whistle blew. Okay. So the game has changed. Part of this is safety, but part of this is just regular play of the game, fair play of the game. Okay. The end of the day, unnecessary roughness is avoidable, deliberate, violent contact. Okay. It's a very common foul at every level. Okay. Things like punching blows. Okay. Like with your gloved hand. And it's important to remember, you might not know exactly what the call is, but you can always see the avoidable, deliberate, violent contact. Okay, very, very important. USA Lacrosse typically does not use words without extraordinarily well-defined meanings. Okay, avoidable, deliberate, violent contact, reckless abandon. These are phrases that you can use to help the players and the coaches understand what you're seeing, which is avoidable, deliberate, violent contact. Okay. Does everybody understand? So here is going to be an example of unnecessary roughness, a late hit and a taunt. And a taunt. What do you guys think?
Play it again, Jeremy.
Yep. So let's just take a look here. There's a lot going on. Okay. What is one of the first thing we see? We see a defenseless player get hit. right? On this slide. So defenseman makes a slide. Even though the player's head is up, he's looking at the goal, the hit occurs, it's a defenseless player, and then you have a taunt. Okay. What would you call on that? Anyone? Do you think let's watch it one more time. Think about this. Could the defender have stopped before he made contact? Okay, if the ball was gone, could he have stopped? Let's take a look one more time here.
I don't think the kid saw the kid, so
You don't-
Yeah,
blindside.
I would agree. You couldn't see him coming, and it doesn't look like the defender really could have stopped. He was at a full head of steam.
Yep.
Yeah, the defender had one goal in mind, to put that guy on the ground.
Yep.
And the second bullet point there, the trail always has the shooter as should be looking for this.
Yeah.
Guys, I cannot stress this enough through all of your officiating career. If you are the trail official, you have the shooter, and then the shooter. You don't need to be watching the ball. That's what the lead is doing. You have eyes on the last person who has possession of the ball. Does that make sense? Because that's where you're going to pick up that penalty. The lead is watching the ball. Was there a shot? Is it going out of bounds? Whatever that is, you don't need to be looking there. You need to watch the guy who had the ball last.
What do you guys think? Good? Okay, so here's running through the pick. All right, let's watch this video.
In this clip, White is on offense, and there is a pick set behind the goal. Watch in slow motion and notice the defender's helmet looks to see the pick, and then he intentionally body checks the player. The official correctly throws his flag, and this player should serve a minimum penalty of at least 1 minute releasable.
The voice of Gordon.
In this
Yeah,
clip,
I was gonna
White
say.
is on offense man up. As number 17 goes to catch the ball, he is violently body checked by the releasing blue player. The official sees this illegal contact and correctly throws his flag, and the blue player should serve a minimum penalty of at least 1 minute releasable.
So very important, guys and girls. What the narrator was saying, illegal body check. Okay, you're not calling a body check, you're calling unnecessary roughness here. This is where it kind of conflates some of these calls, but in that case, it's unnecessary roughness. Running through the pick, unnecessary roughness. Okay, technically they're body checks too, but call the unnecessary roughness. Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, even the guy running through the pick, you can see he extends his arms through it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And sometimes it's just a really good pick and the guy doesn't see it. But this is a great example. You will know as the official if that guy made eye contact with the guy who made the pick.
Right.
And now he's decided he's going to show him who's the tougher guy on the spot.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Illegal conduct. Illegal conduct. So this is kind of getting to the point where you're talking about, hey, is it unsportsmanlike conduct, a conduct penalty? There's a progression. Okay. And we typically call like a ladder. We typically look at this like a ladder. Okay. Unsportsmanlike conduct, you can call them when they have possession, so they lose possession. You can give them a 30-second technical foul conduct penalty, 1 minute unsportsmanlike conduct penalty with personal foul, or an ejection. Randy and Nick will chime in, but the ladder is supposed to give you this control where, hey, you call a legal conduct penalty on a coach when they have possession of the ball, they turn the ball over. It's a technical foul, they lose possession. If you're calling it when the other team has possession, that's going to be a time serving technical foul, 30-second. Other times, whether it's possession or not, you could do a 1 minute unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Alternatively, for the absolute worst conduct, it's an ejection. Okay, so it's really important that you understand that these things, okay, are the illegal conduct penalty is meant to be an escalation. You start giving them, hey, something to think about. You lost possession. Okay, but sometimes coaches' behavior goes from 0 to 60. There's certain things where you eject regardless. Profanity against you or your partner, I don't care. You can eject. You should eject over that. Okay. Constant badgering of calls, like you can go in lieu of the possession right to a 30-second or a 1 minute, as long as it's egregious. And you don't have to technically warn coaches, but the best officials find ways to tell officials that they've reached a line where if they don't control themselves moving forward, this is going to be the penalty.
Yep. And if wherever you start with somebody, you can't go backwards. So if you go right to a 1 minute USC, the next one can't be a 30-second
Right.
conduct.
It's a great point, Randy. You're not you can't give somebody a 1 minute unsportsmanlike and then the next time they're still chirping at you, be like, oh, once they have the ball again, be like, oh, illegal conduct, lose the ball, right? It's a ladder. You're going up in severity of the penalty. Okay.
That's not to say that they don't earn right away out of the chute, but then when you're explaining that and putting their in-home in, tell the coach, hey, the next unsportsmanlike on your bench results in you leaving the game, because no matter who says it, it could be the assistant coach or somebody else, anything on the bench is to the head coach for penalty time.
Right.
So what I've done to said to coaches in the past, and I'm not telling you to do it because you're probably rookies at this, but is, coach, eventually this game clock is going to get to zeros and I'm going to be here. I want you to be here with me. That usually sinks in.
Yep. Yep.
When I was a very green official, I used to be a lot more flippant, fast and loose with my unsportsmanlike conducts. And then a senior official pulled me aside one time. I actually remember the exact play. The play was down on the, let's say, the left side of the field. And on the right side of the field, an attackman cracks the defender with his stick, nowhere near the ball. And instead of calling it a slash, which it was, I called it an unsportsmanlike conduct, which was also valid. But, you know, the senior official reminded me, is that worth 1/2 of an ejection? If the player does that twice, do you think that merits them sitting the next game? And so thinking about an unsportsmanlike as 1/2 of an ejection really helped me calibrate when it makes sense to skip a level and when I should really be following the ladder.
Excellent point, Nick.
Great point, Nick. Thank you. So again, there are certain things where you're going right to the top for an ejection. Okay. Fighting is an automatic ejection, 3-minute penalty served by the in-home. No questions asked. Now, if both kids are throwing punches, one kid started it, they're both ejected. There's no wiggle room. Fighting is fighting. Automatic ejection. Randy, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, once punches are thrown, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Just start getting numbers. And here's what's going to happen on your very first fight. Hopefully you don't have any, but you're gonna be trying to, you know, break it up. Don't just keep blowing your whistle. Blow your whistle, keep blowing your whistle and blowing your whistle, and pull out your scorecard and just start writing down numbers. And in the event that you're going to have kind of a good sized dust up, even out what you're putting in the box. Because this way you've set the tone for everybody. Okay, I've got 3 guys from both sides or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
You don't want to, yes, there's going to be somebody who started it but you don't know why it started. He may have said something to the guy that you're not going to hear, and then he's going to turn around, he's going to whack somebody. And then all of a sudden there's more and more and more. Just make sure you can even it out. It's not to condone anybody's bad behavior, but you just want to make sure you've taken all the convicts out of the meat there, and you're setting them down for a bit. And then talk to the coach. And actually, when I have a dust up, especially at youth, I bring the coaches together right here. So, okay, here's what happened. We're not going to have this anymore today. Next guy is automatically done. And that helps you reset the field, because everybody's going to be all elevated. Fans, coaches, players, whatever. You and your partner need to reset the field and go from there.
Great point, Randy. Coach behavior. Use the ladder. Okay, one thing coaches hate is to be ignored. Okay, do not ignore the coaches, but your job is to officiate. They should not be stopping play that you're restarting so they can ask you statements. Okay, because that's typically what happens. As coaches, I have a question for you. Like, okay, you know, that last play was a slash. Okay, that's a statement, not a question. Okay, don't be snarky and be like, that's a statement, not a question. Just be like, coach, you know, I what I saw was this. What I saw is this. It's over. Okay, just be as gracious as you can be. If you didn't see something, say you missed it. I'll do my best to, you know, watch for in the future, but it's over. Okay, that is the best policy. Don't be like sanctimonious. Don't be, you know, kind of a dick about stuff. Just be honest. Be as friendly as you can be, but get the game going. Okay, get the game going. Again, conduct foul, take the ball away if they're in possession of it. If you're using a conduct foul, if the opponent has the ball and you do the conduct foul on the team that doesn't have the ball, that coach, it's a 30-second. Okay, 30-second, and then you're up to the coach still doesn't get it. You're up to the 1 minute on sportsmanlike conduct and then ejection. Okay, use the ladder. Use the ladder. And we'll talk about this at field training with Randy and Nick as well. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, as Nick pointed to, that second unsportsmanlike conduct is an automatic ejection. How many coaches do you think most of these youth teams have that are certified USA Lacrosse coaches on their sideline? Maybe two, mostly one. What happens if you eject that coach? He's the only USA Lacrosse certified coach on that sideline. Okay, got to think about that too. Newsflash for you, that game should not continue. Okay, so think about that too. It doesn't mean you're allowing bad behavior, but you should communicate that to the coach once they get that first unsportsmanlike. Hey, just so you know, second unsportsmanlike conduct, you're ejected. You can't continue coaching this game, and at least one more game. And if there's no other USA Lacrosse certified coach, then the game can't continue. So that does happen, friends. That does happen. All right, let's see what's next. Player behavior. The best. Okay. Typically, you want to control player to player interactions. Okay. If you don't hear somebody say something, you can't throw a flag on it. If somebody says, hey, this guy said something bad. Unless you hear it, unless you see it, you can't make the call. Okay. But you're always going to see like chirping, trash talking, foul language. You know, it's a tough one, right? One thing you have to figure out is what is your, as an official, your kind of line in the sand, as USA Lacrosse calls it. Okay. Racial slurs or ejections for me.
Yep. If you hear them,
prof- yeah,
Jeremy made a good point. If a player comes to you with anything, racial slur, trash talking, whatever it is, acknowledge the player that you've heard their issue, but don't go looking for it and pay more attention to it. Okay, because as Jeremy said, if you didn't hear it, you can't do anything about it. But acknowledge the player and or the coach who says, hey, the other team, they're talking trash to my players. Okay. Then you can just kind of go over to the other coach and say, hey, coach, I didn't hear it, but the other team said that there's some trash talking going on. And put that onus on that coach. Because you're not there to be the language police.
exactly. But just like with being out of control with, personal fouls and body checks and, unnecessary roughness, once you get that kid, it's like who's committing that foul, there's just a giant red flashing light over them. You can't help but see it, right? Because now there's not a control kid. Where is this kid on the field? That's the last thing you want to do as an official, is be worried about, hey, I have to focus on one out of control kid. That's not a good way to officiate a lacrosse game. However, you're going to see it all the time. It's primarily a couple kids on each team who are out of control, who are the trash talkers, or who take it to a higher level. Okay, take everything to a higher level. And that means you have to be able to control those kids' behavior. Okay, team behavior. Yeah, we do see this as well. Typically, what captains sometimes can help diffuse these situations, but not all the time. Sometimes it's the captain himself who's the problem. Okay, it's important to remember all warnings are team warnings. Okay, all warnings are team warnings. Okay, sometimes what you do have to do as an official is you're having a really hard time. You're making tons and tons and tons, like 7, 8, 9 personal foul calls in a half. And at halftime, you just have to get both coaches together and be like, listen, this is out of control. I'm going to keep throwing my flag. This game's going to be 5 hours long. The kids aren't getting anything out of it. You're getting nothing out of it. And we're just throwing flags all day. The best thing to do is to have this conference. Now, if it's the coaches who are hot at each other, do it individually. Okay. Try not to get 2 coaches who are going at each other. And I've done that before. 2 coaches were going at each other through the box. I gave both coaches non-sportsmanlike conduct. Didn't hear a word from either coach for the rest of the game. Okay. Set the tone. Be consistent. Okay. Typically we have culture keepers in Madison area. My experience them has been they're usually timid parents who don't want to get involved. So they're not the best resource for trying to control kind of team behavior. But try to use the captains first. If it's the captains, it's not going to work. Get a conference either between quarters or half. Don't stop the clock during a period or during a quarter to try to get this sorted out. Do it at one of the quarter breaks. Okay. Other personal fouls, illegal cross and equipment. We'll talk about this during field training more. Gloves must completely cover the hands. I don't know too many people who cut out palms anymore. One thing is the mouthpiece violation is not a personal foul. It's a technical foul. Okay, technical foul. So what does that mean for a mouthpiece violation? When's the optimal time, knowing the mouthpiece violation is a technical foul, to make that call? What does everyone think? Anybody? In the interest of time.
When they have the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Same thing with the conduct penalty, right? Mouthpiece violation, technical foul. It's just a turnover when they have the ball. Okay. Certain illegal behavior, grabbing the ball or opponent face off. Yeah, that's that's still done, believe it or not. But for the most part, what you're gonna see is what we've already discussed. Cross check, slashing, illegal body check, tripping, unnecessary roughness, and eventually the unsportsmanlike conduct calls. Okay? The unsportsmanlike conduct calls. Penalty enforcement. We'll just go through this. Personal fouls are 1, 2, or 3 minute long. Okay. And Randy, are you doing all fouls are non-releasable at the youth level?
Well, they changed it back to, I have not heard what WILOA is doing this year on that.
Okay.
I believe they're gonna go back to how they're normally adjudicated.
Where not every foul is non-releasable.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, Madison area is in the same. So just so everyone has some background to this, USA Lacrosse for a while every year had been flipping whether youth any technical or personal foul in youth lacrosse would be full-time served, i.e. could not be released. Okay. So all penalties, personal or technical, were non-releasable. Some of us in Madison never applied that, to be honest with you. But USA Lacrosse is kind of bumped back and forth where they want all youth lacrosse penalties to be non-releasable. So during your field training, we will let you know whether or not that rule of all penalties being non-releasable is enforced in your area. Okay. So 1, 2, or 3 minutes for personal fouls. Okay. Whether they're releasable or releasable, fouling out, and ejections. Okay. So that's just what we've gone over. Let's go back for a minute. Okay. In Madison and it looks like Milwaukee too, you're if a period ends and you're still in the box, you should be in the box to start the period.
Correct.
Okay. Fouling out, 3 personals, 5 minutes personal foul time. Ejection, you're ejected from the game that you get ejected from, and you get ejected from the next game. This might change in some areas, but in Madison and Milwaukee, if you get ejected from one game, you miss your next game too. That's players and coaches. Okay. So very, very, very important.
Let's go to number two. Oh, go back, Jeremy. Let's go to number 2 so everybody's clear on this. Let's say there's somebody in the box at the end of a period and there is possession. Where do you restart coming out the next quarter? Again, with possession. I want to hear somebody who's not Jeremy, Nick, or myself. So there is possession. Where do you
We
restart?
wouldn't have to do a face-off, so
But where do you start?
wouldn't you start at the top of the box on the offensive side?
This close, the same relative position on the other end of the field, right? Because they switch at quarters. So that's only if possession. So you want to make sure if somebody's in the box, doesn't matter who's in the box, what team or whatnot, there is possession, then you'll start there. If there is no possession, let's say the ball's on the ground, the ball's in the air, whatever it is, then you start with a face-off. Now, it's not going to be a killer at youth, but as you graduate, start doing high school and other things, that is very important to remember. Where was the ball when that period ended? If there's somebody in the box.
Great point, Andy. Preventing personal fouls. We talked about this pregame communication with your captains and your coaches. Okay. It's totally fine for captains and even coaches to ask you polite questions and stuff. It's not okay to yell and scream. Okay. That's a really bad way to start a game. In-game communication with players. It's okay to, during a youth game, you know, at a stoppage or a whistle, tell a kid who's getting real close to warding, hey, this is what a ward is, just so you know, you're getting really close. or just so you know, the contact that you're providing is really close to not being equal, and it's a possible penalty. Just so you know, blah, blah, blah. So that's totally cool. Usually that message disseminates to the rest of the team pretty fast. Okay. You don't want to be instructing the players during the game. Okay. But communicating them certainly at the 10, 12, 14U level, letting them know what they're doing wrong, what you're seeing as an official is beneficial to both you, so you don't have to make the call anymore, and the player. Okay. Flash points, as USA Lacrosse defines them, are points where behavior can explode. This is after goals, around the crease, stoppages of play, player movements, substitutions, or after a big hit. What do you see after a big hit? A bunch of kids jumping around, maybe some taunting, maybe some bad language. I mean, scoring opportunities can always bring about the worst in people, especially when they're the ones scored on. Okay. So just know those points after goals, around the crease, stoppage of plays, etc. And know that you have to pay extra special attention at those times. Okay. Situational awareness, like Randy was saying before, get a feel of the game. Big, long, loose ball scrums. You don't see that at the 10U level because we have scrum rule. First 5 minutes of the game, both teams are kind of feeling through game plans, trying to figure out, matchups. So the first 5 minutes of a game can get, pretty intense and can get out of hand already in the first 5 minutes. Okay. Also near the sidelines and end line, after big hits, after the crowd gets involved, these are all times when you should have a heightened sense of everything going on around you and the behavior of the players, fans, and coaches. Yeah, I don't think these play. I tried playing them earlier too, and I don't think we really need these too much. These are you make the call videos. Randy, I think what we should do maybe is move right to technical fouls, if you're cool with that.
Yeah, because you make the call. It's so hard sometimes to figure out what they're doing.
Agreed. Okay, so I'm going to pause sharing. Stop sharing for a second here. I will.
And just while you're getting to that, Jeremy had some good slides up there. Talk to the captains. Tell them, if number 25 is a little bit out of control, say, hey, I need you to help me with 25. He's getting a little bit out of control, and I want to keep him in the game. So go over and talk to him. And I'll tell you, the best friend you're going to have on that field is the goalie. Talk to him because he doesn't want to play man down. If you can't get through to anybody, go talk to the goalie. I assure you, they will talk to the player.
Yeah. Good point, Randy. Okay, you guys should see my full screen PowerPoint presentation. Is that right?
Yep.
And not the notes page. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to run right into technical fouls, and then we'll take a quick break. But it's important to remember, okay, technical fouls typically involve gameplay, not player safety. Some of them might bridge that line, okay? But generally, it's about gaining an advantage. Gaining an advantage, okay? So it's a lot of this at the college and high school level is a feel of the game, trying to determine whether an advantage is gained at the youth level. It's a little bit different because kids of different sizes, the impetus is on the larger kid to stay legal and to not make a hit that's more than equal pressure or equal contact. Okay. So for technical fouls, USA Lacrosse loves acronyms. This one is the principle of advantage disadvantage, or TPOD. That's really easy to remember too. The principle of advantage disadvantage. In most situations, your judgment will determine how you call technical fouls. And in most situations, it takes 2 to 3 years to develop really good, sound judgment as a lacrosse official. Okay. So the more games you do, the faster that judgment becomes easier for you to make, and you feel more confident about it. So you got to do games. Okay. There's some fouls you must call. These are line calls, such as offside and crease violations. We'll talk about lines in lacrosse being out of bounds in a moment, except for the face-off line, obviously. And but TPO, the principle of advantage, disadvantage. Okay. Technical fouls can further be broken down into motion versus contact versus game management. Okay, motion technical fouls include offsides, crease violations, illegal procedures, illegal screens, warding off. Okay, what does this mean? Motion fouls must be called regardless of perceived advantage. This is one time where there's really the advantage disadvantage matrix doesn't come into play. I'll say this again. Motion fouls generally must be called regardless of perceived advantage. Okay. Illegal contact, that's where you get a lot of judgments. Okay. Illegal contacts include holding, interference, or pushing. Holding, interference, or pushing. Okay, these are the big judgment ones. Game management, these are kind of more minor calls, as USA Lacrosse calls them. Okay, and these calls are used to control the game speed as well as behavior. So stalling, game speed, conduct fouls, behavior. Okay, so motion, always be calling. Typically line violations. Illegal contact, yikes, take some judgment. Y'all can get there, but you got to do games. Okay, and then game management, stalling for time, contact fouls. Anybody have any questions on these so far? Okay, let's go right into motion fouls. Okay, offsides. Offsides is not always an advantage, but it should be called because it's a line violation. Okay, you must have 7 in the offensive half. Now, I think Randy and Nick will agree with me. This is typically the most missed of our calls as officials. Why? Because we're not staring at lines all the time. We have areas of the field, which we'll discuss during mechanics, that we're responsible for. And sometimes, especially offsides at the midfield, it's very difficult for us to be watching everything and that line. So it's about being in the best position, but typically this is one of the calls that is one of the more missed calls.
Now, I'm assuming they must be talking, must be 7 in the offensive half. You can only have 6 in the offensive half. I'm trying to figure out what side of the ball they're making.
That's, yeah, they'd be offsides if they have 7.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, and a great tip that I learned from a senior official years ago is always count offense first, because all you're going to do is take the ball away.
Right.
And then count your defense, and then count your long pulls. One thing you'll find out, you're always counting something.
Right. Yep, you're always counting. Mathletes. So, as Randy alluded to, in 2-man mechanics, which is what all of you are going to be doing in youth, there's no 3-man mechanics at youth. Okay. The trail official, which we'll talk about in the next session, next section, after the break, the trail responsibility is to call offsides or to count. Okay. If you count 7 in the offensive half, it's offsides. Okay. You're also looking for a toe touch in transition, and then you count forward to 7. Okay. It's one of the calls where it's easy to kind of forget to do it. It's easy to neglect it over the bigger calls of player safety and some of the other calls. But again, it's a motion line call. You should always be counting. Okay. Like Randy said, you're always counting. Okay. Video. Looks like a summerly fall ball, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Okay. So you see what happened? The trail official in this case is actually over here, I believe. He is also watching to see once they get settled, they get the touch, counting forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 offense, automatic offsides. Okay. All they do is lose the ball. All they do is lose the ball. Does anybody have any questions on that? Pretty straightforward.
Yep, and if it was defense, then it's a flag down.
Yep. So here comes the defense.
Yep. And hold on, Jeremy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so don't let a coach tell you, yell at you. They only have 2 back here. You don't care.
Right.
As long as they don't have more than 6
Right.
going forward, that's all you're worried about.
Yeah, that's totally fine. They get if they want to play with 2 for some reason, as long as they're they have the proper number of people on they don't have more than the proper number of people on the defensive side.
And you're going to hear it. I swear to God, you're going to hear it. They only have 2 back there. Okay. That's not my problem. That's their problem.
It's an interesting strategy on defense. Okay, so here we go. Video example, defense offsides. Okay, white is the ball, red 10. So watch 10. He starts off on the offensive side as an attackman. By his own actions, makes contact, gets knocked over. He's offsides. Okay. It's a 30-second technical foul, as Randy was saying, because the defense was offsides. Okay. While white had possession of the ball. Okay.
Yep. And if you throw your flag on it, and this is something that makes people crazy. If you throw a flag on number 10, he can keep running back offsides because he's the guy. He's offsides.
Great.
So if he runs back offsides again, it's not another flag. It's still on him. But if another player were to go offsides, that's the second flag.
Right. So what you see, unfortunately, is like, for example, 10 red jumps offsides, you throw the flag on him. He'll substitute out. The player will substitute in for him, and he will run offsides. Okay. You got to remember that penalty is on red 10. Red 10 is offsides. If somebody else runs offsides, that's another penalty. Okay. Does everybody understand that? So these are the fun things you see in youth lacrosse, but even in high school lacrosse, and I'm sure Randy will say college lacrosse, there's a lot of bonehead offsides plays.
Oh yeah.
Crease violations, very important. You'll see these a lot. And the one thing that we talked about last session is, at a youth game, make the field work. Just find a way to get the game played, make the field work. You will go officiate games and there will not be a full chalked out striped crease. I can guarantee you. Okay. Do your best. Both teams will eventually play on both creases. So it's going to be bad for both teams, but you still have to call to the best of your ability crease violations. Okay. You still have to make those calls. And here you can say it's not a crease violation. It's not always an advantage, but it must be called due to it being a line violation. Okay. In the case where you can use a play on if there's no goal scored, that's fine. But a crease violation, unlike being offsides, once you go in the crease, the offensive player can't stay in the crease trying to get the ball from the goalie. Okay. The player should exit the crease immediately. Does anybody have any questions on crease violations? During field training, we spend about 25 to 30 minutes on crease play, like what you're looking for, but also goalie privileges and stuff like that. So it's really important that you make the most out of your field training. Okay, it's a good place to discuss this stuff. Legal procedure. Remember, a legal procedure, things like mouthpiece. Okay, a mouthpiece is a legal procedure, 30 seconds. Okay, remember, make that call when the team has possession of the ball with the player without a mouthpiece. Some of the other illegal procedure, it's kind of a catch-all thing. Substitution penalty, leaving the box early before a penalty is finished. Leaving early from being restrained on a face-off. We'll talk about face-offs at the end here. But players are restrained in the offensive and defensive zones outside of the midfield. Midfielders who are taking the face-off by the restraining lines. They step over the restraining line before there's possession called by the official. That is an illegal procedure penalty. Playing the ball that's inbounds while you're standing out of bounds. That's also going to be a legal procedure. Delay of game, too many long pulls on the field, too many men on the field. These are all kind of the catch-all illegal procedure. Loose ball, it's a technical foul, so there would be no time served, just awarded possession. If the technical foul is called on the team with possession, they give up the ball. If the technical foul is called on the team without possession, while the other team does have possession, it's that 30-second technical foul play-on situation. Okay? Mouthpiece, again, is highlighted. Again, I can't stress this enough. It's a technical foul, but call it when the team has possession, so they just lose the ball, and then everyone puts a mouthpiece in. If a kid does not have a mouthpiece and his parents are there and they're like, hey, we want our, we don't care, we want our kid to play, you still can't let that kid play. The coach should not let that kid play. Okay? Does everyone understand that? Same thing we talked about in the first session about goalie equipment. Goalies have to have all their mandatory equipment at all times. Okay? Cannot start and play a game if they do not have a Lacrosse manufactured throw protector. Okay? It's not on you to provide one. It's on you to make sure the game doesn't play with it. With a goalie not properly equipped. Illegal screens or moving picks. Very, very common penalty. Okay. The one thing you're looking for is hands, arm, stick inside body frame. Kind of see this kid's stick is maybe peeking out a little bit. Okay. That should be within his shoulders. Okay. Legs, knees, typical, no more than shoulder width apart. Can't like make a big stance like you're fielding a ground ball as a 3-year-old. Okay. You should not make yourself bigger than you automatically appear, including holding your stick out parallel to the playing surface. Okay. Leaning, very common. Not having your feet set, i.e. not moving before you contact, and wide stance are the most common. Okay. Let's see. Here's an illegal screen video example. That was not a moving screen. You can hear the. Let's watch this one more time. The action's up top. As you lean into him, looks like it. Okay.
And remember, you have to make contact. They have to make contact.
Yes, Randy, that's a great point. You can have the most wide stance. You can have your stick out. If the defensive player who you're trying to screen does not touch you, that is not a move. That is not an illegal screen. There has to be contact for it to be an illegal screen. Okay, that's a tough question too. So you have to make sure you understand that. Unlike slashing, where you can make the judgment call that there's an illegal slash without making contact, for the screen there has to be contact for it to be an illegal screen, a legal procedure. Okay. Okay, now we'll move on to illegal contact. Okay, holding. Holding is a very common illegal contact technical foul. Okay, there's a couple things with this: possession versus no possession. Okay, when it's possession, you're looking for possible advantage, disadvantage. At the youth level, there's typically a disadvantage. Okay, but If you don't see a disadvantage, you don't feel that there's an advantage disadvantage scenario playing. Okay. Sometimes a no call is okay. And this goes to the flow of the game, which is that whole session we had, section we had last session. Okay. If you feel like there's two kids of equal size and there's borderline hold, but there's no advantage, disadvantage gain, it's okay to let that go. But you have to let that go the whole game. You have to be consistent. Okay. You have to be consistent. It's very important to understand. Stick on stick lacrosse is not illegal. Okay. There's plenty of times where it's legal to have your stick on another opponent's stick. What's the advantage, disadvantage? Okay. Is it a disadvantage by the offensive player if you're holding the player with the ball stick? Okay. But at youth level, you don't see it's rare that you don't see a disadvantage. So in that case, when there's ball in possession, it's going to be a flag down hold. Okay. 30-second technical foul. And as USA Lacrosse points out, okay, can the player being held play through with no advantage lost? If that's the case, then there's no penalty. Okay. Contact pressure. We used to look for things like equal pressure. They don't really want you doing that. It's all about competitive advantage or disadvantage. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on hold? It's it's definitely one of the most subjective calls that you can make, determining an advantage or disadvantage. Okay. Video example, holding.
In this clip, White has the ball and he is dodging to the goal when he is held by the red long stick defender around the neck. This is a common hold seen in lacrosse games, and the official correctly throws his flag. The red defender should be assessed a penalty of 30 seconds for this technical foul.
So what does everybody think? That's around the head of the neck. What is
Here, White has the
hold
ball
on a second. What does everybody think about that? Just being a 30-second.
With
Well,
being
years
around,
gone by, it was a simple hold. Now you do possibly have the 1 minute.
Yep. So look at that picture. Look at that's the image from the video. That's in the head and neck area. Okay. I am okay if you call that 1 minute, this new 1 minute escalation call, but you have to explain it when you do the C note, which is what we'll talk about again a little bit. When you're reporting that call, the explanation is going to be what started off as a potentially legal hold escalated into the head and neck. So now it's not going to be just a 30-second hold. It's going to actually be a 1 minute penalty for head and neck, for a check or a hold that started legal but ended illegal. I'm okay if you call that 1 minute. I mean, that's a dangerous play, ladies and gentlemen. That's not just a game management level of play, and it's subjective. If you call that 1 minute, you better call that 1 minute for both teams, and you better be consistent. Okay. Randy, what would you do? 30-second hold, you said?
At high school and above, I'd probably just go 30.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see this more often than not
Right.
at that level. But at youth, if we can get the long pole to play with his stick properly, I would have no problem putting a guy in for a minute.
Yeah.
Because you want to get that message through, not only to him, but to everybody on that field.
Yeah, I agree. At the youth level, I'm looking at a minute. High school, 30 seconds. Okay. Let's see what the next video is here.
Here, White has the ball behind the goal and he passes to his teammate, who is held around the neck by the red defender. The red defender's stick comes up and around the white player's neck and disadvantages him from finishing his shot. This is correctly flagged by the on-field officials, and the red defender should serve a 30-second penalty.
Yeah, and I think that was less egregious,
Mhm.
but at the youth level, if you went 1 minute on that because it's in the neck, I'm okay with that. But at the high school level, that's a pretty simple hold. 30-second. Nick, do you agree with that?
Yeah, as much as it maybe yeah, I agree with Randy's assessment with the I would probably pass on the I don't know. It depends on the climate of the game, the temperature of the game. If there's we're in the fourth quarter, things are getting heated, we need to cool things down, absolutely go head or neck, and then you have the freedom to lock that in. One thing, if the game's not quite that level and it's been a calm game, you can get away with a hold too. One thing that I would think about is when you're relaying the call. This is just a reminder. It's not specific to this play, but sometimes we hear officials mention like head or neck if they're not going head or neck. If you're mentioning head or neck anywhere near the bench side, and it's not in the context of like a private discussion with your partner, be prepared to lock it in. Don't let coaches don't even offer up head or neck unless you're prepared to enforce a head or neck foul. I'll just say that.
Yeah. So what Nick is also mentioning about lock it in is also make sure it's full-time serve. Okay, non-releasable. If in this case, in my and in all of our opinions as trainers, we don't see at the youth level you could give it a minute, but at the high school level it doesn't escalate above a 30-second. Okay, but Nick's point is very important. If you start talking about head and neck at the scorers table where both sides can hear, and even the scorers sometimes are, they're fans and partisan. You better be prepared to do a head and neck full-time serve 2-3 minute penalty. Okay, so just be careful what you say on a field, because a lot of times everybody's listening and they're waiting for you to say something that they can pounce on. Okay.
In this clip,
Pushing, possession versus no possession. Contact, it's very important to remember, contact from the front or side is legal. Okay. What you're looking for as officials is unequal pressure from behind, extension of arms from the defender into the back. Like you're looking for telltale signs of a very obvious disadvantage to the person with the ball. Okay. If it's violent contact that you're seeing as a push from behind, give it the unnecessary roughness. Don't just give it a 30-second push. Remember, violent, out of control actions are not going to be technical fouls. Those are going to be personal fouls. And the unnecessary roughness is there to give you that call to make when things like a push from behind, things, escalate from a technical foul to a personal foul. Okay. So always remember, front or side is legal within 3 yards for the youth, 5 yards in high school. Okay. Does everyone understand that? And again, just like with a hold, sometimes a no call is okay to keep the flow of the game going. It might not be for the coaches, but be consistent. Be consistent. One of the most common plays you will start to see as you officiate lacrosse is on a clear. Player will be running up the sideline. A player from behind will be trying to catch them. They can't, so they push them out of bounds. Okay. It's perfectly legal to ride a player from the front or side out of bounds. It is not perfectly legal. It's illegal to push a player from behind to get them to step out of bounds for a turnover. Okay. Your ability to be in the right position, the mechanics that you have for the officiating, let's talk about next, will determine your ability to see whether something was from the front or side or from behind. Okay. And usually that has a lot to do with whether you're walking or running. So here's an example of pushing. Good example. See, what did he do? The player was turned his back to pick up the ball. Player in white pushed him from behind to get him out of bounds. That's a pretty straightforward call. Okay.
Yeah, one thing to look out for, folks, is when you have a player going for a push, and then the player that's either maybe trying to defend their stick or keep the defender from getting to their cross, they turn their back really quickly into the push, right? And then the player will, hey, where was the push call? So be aware that if a player turns their back into the push to defend their cross, that doesn't make it an illegal push, right? And that's something we see quite frequently.
Yep. Just thanks, Nick. Just like what we talked about with the illegal body checks. If a player turns at the last minute, again, it's not going to be a penalty as long as the action isn't violent, egregious, or over the top. Okay.
And also sometimes you being the far side official will have to make that call, even though your partner is 5 yards away from it. When it's especially on a sideline like that, your partner is watching the sideline and not necessarily where that push is happening. So if you're on the far side and you see the push, call it. That's a crew saving call.
Yeah. Good point, Randy. So next up is interference. Okay, interference that doesn't pertain to goalie interference. Okay. Typically, it's currying off ball. Okay, which means more than 5 yards away. You can't interfere with the free movement of a player. Okay, you see this a lot. Everybody's running some kind of motion offense, and you're up to the 30-40 yard line, typically running sets, and you'll see people in defenses interfering with the free motion of the offensive player. Interference. Okay, interference. Can also get interference on a loose ball, where you're holding a player's stick or you're playing body positioning more than 5 yards away from a loose ball. Okay, in high school level, 3 yards at the youth. If you commit interference, off ball screen, when you have possession of the ball, it's a turnover, like all technical fouls. Okay, if you have possession, you commit a technical foul, you lose possession. Okay. Defense, if you commit technical fouls while the other team has possession of the ball, it's always going to be a flag down, slow whistle. Okay, flag down, slow whistle. Off ball push, off ball stick checks, interference. Off ball pushes into the crease, interference. Okay, remember, it's the tough call at the high school level, but it's a little easier at youth. Kids should be able to run through the crease without being interfered with. That includes yard sailing a kid when they don't have the ball, they're running through the crease. Okay. You see all the time sticks, gloves, elbow pads that aren't taped. Everything comes flying off the kid. Okay. From one reasonably innocuous push or stick check. Okay. Okay, here's a video of an interference example. So you can see the maroon defender checked the stick out of White's hand while he was cutting through the crease. Easy call. Easy call. Okay. Got to make that call every time. Because if you start letting that happen, that's a great way to let the the game kind of spin out of control. Kids will get really upset, and then the whole temperament of the game will change. That was a pretty easy call too. Okay, so you get the idea. Not essentially always it's interfering with a player's ability to navigate the field without harassment. Okay. Game management fouls. Okay, conduct foul. We talked about this. Get coaches under control. Use the ladder. Okay. Escalation. Conduct foul is just going to be essentially a 30-second technical foul. Call it while they have possession first. Okay. Remember, as Randy pointed out, as Nick pointed out, you can't climb down the ladder. Once you climb up the severity of the penalties, you can't go back after you've given a coach a 1 minute unsportsmanlike. You can't go back and give them a 30-second conduct. Okay. Use the ladder, use the progression. Okay. Make sure you're also consistent with both teams. That's a great way to kind of get a coach hot, is to think that you're favoring the one team over the other. Stalling, it does come into effect in the last 2 minutes of 14s and also 12s. Check with your local assigner. But in the last 2 minutes of game, if the difference in the game is 4 goals or less, the team that's up is required to get it into the box, the restraining line, and keep it there. Okay. But also, you can use stalling when a team in possession is not making any lacrosse attempts to attack the goal. If they're just hanging out, they get their advancement count satisfied, and then they just stand outside the box. Okay, you can give them a call to get it in and keep it in. Get it into the box and keep it in the box. Okay, very rare do we have stalling calls around here at youth. Okay. But again, try not to do the get it and keep it in the last 2 minutes of the game is only in effect if the goals difference is 4 goals or less in the last 2 minutes of the game. The stalling rule, if it's like 3 minutes and they're not doing any lacrosse related activity, the team in possession of the ball and who's winning, standing outside the box, the defense isn't doing it. You know what? Just let them go. If it's like a 6, 7, 8 goal difference, just let it go. There's a lot of mismatch games at the youth level. Okay, that's it for this technical foul. So we've gone over play of the game. We've gone over general game management. We've gone over personal fouls, technical fouls. Okay, next thing, we're going to take like a 5-minute break here, and we're going to go right into mechanics. So why don't we reconvene? Why don't we reconvene at 1:40? We'll take an 8-minute break. All right, everyone. I'll see you then.
Yep.
All right, let's get going here. I'm gonna share my screen again. All right, Randy and Nick, are you guys okay if we move to the penalty enforcement before we do mechanics, just to keep the flow?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's pretty short. So I'm assuming everyone can see my full screen PowerPoint here. I don't want you guys to have to look at the notes page, which is a little bit tough to read. All right, so what we're going to talk about next is penalty enforcement. Okay. Penalty enforcement is kind of one of those things which every official should be kind of doing the same way. Okay, and you and your partner should both be trained on how to do it the proper way, so there's no asynchrony between you. Okay, so the biggest challenge for new officials is penalty enforcement and being consistent with what is you're being taught and how you do it. Okay, don't be afraid to throw a flag. Okay, if you throw a flag and you made a mistake, you can correct it. Okay, but not throwing flags. Okay, that's how you get somebody to question your judgment. Okay, so first, recognize the situation. Okay, second, make the call. If you hesitate making that call, that's fine. Okay, that will develop with time and the number of games that you do. And if you're not sure, talk to your partner. Talk to your partner. Okay, get the play going again after you either report the penalty or do a restart and move on. Okay, but do not be afraid to number one, throw the flag. Number two, blow the whistle. Those are the main things Randy, Nick, and I implore you to not worry about. You absolutely positively have to throw flags, blow your whistle, okay, and make the call. Okay, that all starts with recognizing the situation first. So, recognizing the situation. Okay, a foul occurs. If the foul's a loose ball, if it's a personal foul, okay, flag down, whistle. Okay, it's a technical foul, hands in the air, flag down. Okay, you can have a flag down, slow whistle situation. We'll talk about it in a second. Foul occurs, the team in possession fouls. So a personal foul, flag down, whistle. Whistle immediately, flag down. Okay. Team in possession fouls. It's a personal foul. Team in possession fouls, and it's a technical foul. Whistle. Okay. Remember, technical fouls when you have possession just amount to you losing possession. Okay. Personal fouls, sit. Personal fouls, serve. Okay. Foul occurs, team not in possession fouls. Personal foul, flag down. Okay. Technical foul, flag down. What does this mean? This means there's a situation where you have a flag down, but you're not blowing the whistle. You're not blowing the whistle. That means the play will continue. It's a flag down, slow whistle situation. Okay. So what is the FDSW? The FDSW, flag down, slow whistle, is used when a team in possession is fouled. A team with possession is fouled. Okay. You see that foul, throw the flag. Remember, technical or personal. Throw the flag high. Yell flag down. Very important. You have to remember the number of the player committing the foul. Okay, because listen, you're not reporting this right away. This play could go on for 1 to 2 minutes. Just remember the number of the player who committed the foul. Okay. And know the rules of when to stop the play. The other acronym USA Lacrosse wants you to know, and there's 2 good ones, good being slightly sarcastic. And this one lesson is The first one is goodies. And this is an acronym to help you remember when to stop a flag down slow whistle. So a situation where the defense commits a personal or technical foul, the offense still has possession of the ball, there's a flag down. When does that flag down end? When does the whistle blow to end that play? When a goal occurs. Okay, so when a goal is scored, when the offense commits a foul, the ball's out of bounds. If the defense gains possession, injury stoppage, end of period equipment loss, or second foul by defense. So a second foul by the defense will stop the play, get a whistle. Now, at the youth, the play on situation is it if the ball hits the ground, the play on ends. Randy, are you playing by that rule?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the youth games that you will be officiating, if the offense drops the ball or the ball is loose, that ends the flag down slow whistle situation. Okay. Does everybody understand that? Let's just go through this little drill here. Flag down, slow whistle steps. Flag down. You yell flag down, you throw your flag. Okay. A scoring opportunity. Okay. Use your goodies acronym. Again, the goodies acronym: goal, offense commits foul, out of bounds, defense gains possession, injury stoppage, end of period equipment loss, second foul by the defense. Again, at the youth level, the ball hits the ground. Okay. So scoring opportunity, they score, goodies ends. Okay. What you don't want to do is have the offense who has the foul committed against them not have a chance to continue their momentum and to score. Somebody mute themselves at a drive-through. Oliver, mute yourself. Jesus. I hope he got like a supersize because there was a lot of ice that was getting put in that cup. I don't know if anyone else heard that. Oliver Winning, mute. You don't want to penalize the offense from possibly taking them out of a scoring opportunity by blowing the play dead. They know they're going to get possession of the ball unless something stupid happens from one of their teammates, a dead ball. So let them, the offense, when they're fouled, there's a flag down situation, slow whistle, have a chance to score. Okay. You stop the play following the goodies acronym. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on the goodies acronym? When to stop a play? Lacrosse ref chucks flag for no reason. Randy, you want to watch this or no? We'll see how long it is. So I don't, a lot of these YouTube videos.
It's a short clip.
Okay.
More than anything else in this world, lacrosse refs. Why? Because they're so weird. And this right here is no exception. We got High Point versus Duke here. Quick restart. Asher Nolting with the ball. It looks like he's not given enough space off the whistle. Flag comes. Boom! The lacrosse ref, aka Patrick Mahomes, just launches the flag down the field. What did I just watch here? Let's take a look again. So Nolting picks up the ball. He sees the Duke player in white not giving him enough space. So he runs into him, and the ref with perfect form just sends that flag flying. And he knows what he did here. You can see it in his eyes. He just yeets this thing like it's the last flag he's ever going to throw. And he does it for absolutely no reason. Like, this isn't an aggressive play. It's really not a big deal, but he said, no, not today. You're not giving my man enough space. I'm throwing the flag. This game must have had no penalties because that ref was just itching to throw that flag. I can 1,000% see this guy practicing flag throws over and over again. He just goes out to a field and sees how far he can throw that thing. Somehow this clip doesn't surprise me at all, and lacrosse refs are just a different breed. But what do y'all think? And make sure to send me clips to Lax Weekly HQ on Instagram for more breakdown.
There you have it. A different breed.
And I'm actually fine with that call.
Yeah.
Because he threw it in the direction, because he knows eventually he's got to pick it up.
Exactly.
He threw it in the direction he was going to go to.
Right. So remember, you're going to be running up and down the field. When you throw flags, sometimes you're going to have to run 40 to 50 yards back on occasion to go get that flag. So I have no problem with the histrionics there. Okay, here's another video of flag toss possibly gone awry. I mean, yeah, I don't, Randy, what do you think of that? What's, I guess I'm missing something here.
Yeah, I'm
So-
trying to
so
figure out- you threw it nice and
I'll-
high.
Yeah,
I'll chime in on the pro con here. I think I understand what they're getting at because I've seen that video used in other trainings. The takeaway is don't make the game about you. So that referee didn't intend to draw attention to themselves, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you intend to or not. That referee made themselves the star of the show, and that is a big no-no. So this is a weird example of how they chose to portray that, but don't make the game about you. Keep it about the kids, and that's my takeaway.
sure. So again, at this level, flag down, throw your flag. Yeah. Rainier, Nick, you have anything else more than that?
No, just make sure you keep, and if you guys hear your partner yell flag down, yell it back to them. So you're confirming that everybody now knows there is a flag down. Because what you don't want to have happen is your partner throws a flag, ball goes out of bounds on your sideline, and they come in for a quick restart and you fire it up while there's a flag on the ground.
Yeah.
That makes the crew look bad. So
Yep.
you always want to make sure that you echo the flag down.
Exactly, 100%. So relaying and reporting penalties. So now you've thrown your flag. You've assessed the situation, determine whether a foul is relevant or it's applicable to a play. You throw your flag down. Now, how do you relay and report that foul call to the official scorers table and to your partner? Okay. So first thing you're always doing, check with your partner on the field. Make sure your partner didn't throw flags also. Okay. Communicate with your partner. Make sure that, if there is a flag from both you and your partner, that it's for either the same play or for 2 fouls. Okay. So in that case, at the youth level, I'm totally fine. If you're not comfortable using your hand signals, jog, talk to the partner, make sure you saw what they saw, and then jog back to your position. Okay. Don't walk. Okay. What you're going to do is you're going to face the table. And in this case, the trail official will be the one reporting. Okay. Because you're going to be doing 2-man. Okay. Make sure, and we'll show you at the field training. So we go through this all at the field training. Make sure the table's view to you is unobstructed. There's no players, coaches, anyone in the way. Okay. You stand up. You're standing up, facing the table. You signal the penalty using your hands and the C note acronym, which we'll talk about in a second. Okay. It's very important. First, communication with your partner, then with the table, the official scoring table. Okay, using the C note acronym, which we'll talk about in the next slide. Okay, and then any other players, or in this case, the goalkeeper, or especially if it's a foul starting off in the offensive end, where the goalkeepers needs to be aware of where the restart's occurring. Don't make this a big deal. Okay, do it efficiently, but don't take up, it shouldn't be more than 2.5 minutes, this whole thing to take. It should never be more than 2.5 minutes. Okay. Especially because you will be reporting the penalty to the bench using the C note acronym. And then what I do at the youth level and what I want you to do, certainly in the Madison area, is when you're getting reset again, you're getting the players ready, the play is going to restart. Goalie, the ball starting in the top right corner. Make sure the goalie is aware at the youth level. You don't want to restart the game where the goalie is not 100% sure where the ball is going or is not paying attention. Okay. That's the best communication strategy you can have. Make sure all the players and the goalie know where the restart's occurring. And before you blow your whistle to restart it, you say it again. Ball starting with my partner in the alley. Ball starting with me up top. Okay. So when you're actually reporting penalties, you're using an acronym called C-Note. Okay. This is actually a good acronym. The C-Note acronym. Okay. Refers to when you're reporting a foul, refers to the C refers to color of the team that commits the offense. The N stands for the number of the player that commits the offense. The O refers to the offense that the player committed. T refers to the time of the penalty. And the E, the last letter of the acronym, is the explanation. Okay, the explanation. How does the explanation come into play? It could be, ball starting up top, or, head contact if you're doing an unnecessary roughness call. So you say, if there's an unnecessary roughness call on blue 31, okay, you'll go to the bench, make sure you're not obstructed in any way from the official scorekeeper seeing you. You'll say blue 31, unnecessary roughness, 1 minute head contact, or 1 minute neck contact, or if you're doing a personal foul / 3 minutes non-releasable targeting, or 3 minutes non-releasable head contact. Whatever the explanation of why you're doing a certain time or something that's not normally associated with a penalty, like a 3 minute slash. So like blue 31 / 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, because it's excessive violent slash to the head or neck. That's it. Get back to restart the game. Okay. C note, color, number, offense, time. E is the explanation. Typically the kicker or the extra time that you're going to give a penalty. Does anybody have any questions on that? C notes. You got to do it. And during field training, we'll spend an inordinate amount of time doing it.
This is one that's worth practicing in the mirror, fellas.
Yes.
It sounds goofy, but it's time well spent.
Because the first time you report a penalty, you're going to feel like you're having a seizure. Your arms are going to be flailing all over the place. You know what you want to call, but your body's not keeping up with you. So, as Nick said, just practice in the mirror. I mean, seriously, and you want to be big with your calls, okay? Don't do them just in front of your chest. Do them big, like everybody in the stands can see what you're calling, because that's what you want it to be. And to go back to what Jeremy was talking about on letting the goalie know, when your partner is reporting that penalty to the table, it's on you to get the field set. Know where that ball is. Let the goalie know where the ball is. Make sure you took the initial counts of how many players, so there's not too many people out there. And then when your partner turns around, you can give him the go sign as bringing your arm down, pointing the direction that the ball is going to go. Don't just stand there and go, oh, where's the ball? Oh, it's over there. Have that field set. Because like Jeremy said, it could take 2.5 minutes. Well, if now you're spending another 30 seconds resetting the field, and let's say you have 10 penalties over the course of the day, you've got 5 more minutes that have just been lost. So you have a job to do, even though you're not the reporting guy. And another thing that Jeremy said, and this is huge, guys, is the worst thing that's going to, because now you got to try to explain it. Jeremy and I both throw a flag. We both saw the same play. He may have a push, I may have a cross check. Don't signal to your partner what your call is. Come together and talk about what the call is. Because if he shows push and I show cross check, we got one coach happy and one coach pissed. And now we got to try to work our way out of it.
Exactly. Great point, Randy. sometimes, you know, certainly at the youth level, and certainly in your position as newer officials, take the beat, get your call straight away, and if you conference and you both think you saw the same thing, it's always going to be the referee's decision, and the referee is assigned an arbiter. For two-man, what is it? Referee 1 and 2, Randy?
It's ref and ump.
Is it still for two-man?
Yeah, it's still for
Okay.
2-man. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, make sure that you know that there shouldn't be this disagreement. If somebody saw a more egregious penalty, that's usually what happens. Okay. But talk about it. Talk about it not in front of the table. Talk about it about 5 to 6 yards away where they can't see what you're talking about. Okay. So don't put yourself in a position to not be successful. And a good way to not be successful is to kind of get coaches thinking about doubts in your calls and to think that you doubt your own call. Okay. So confident, but not cocky. Okay. C note, very important. Color number, offense, time, explanation. Here we go.
Nice and big like that, guys. That's what you want to be. You want everybody to know. And like Jeremy said, the most important thing is making eye contact with the table. That they hear what you're saying and they're adjudicating it properly. Because if they send the guy out too soon, now you got another mess that you got to deal with.
Yeah.
4-2. Unnecessary roughness. 1 minute. Two. Conduct foul. 30 seconds. White. Two. Conduct foul. 30 seconds.
So that when you are communicating that penalty, wear the calm lines. We have to be calm about it. Watch your tone, watch your volume, and watch your speed. I don't care if the kid had a 3-minute ejection foul. We are not blue 27 with an illegal body check. He's out of here. It is blue 27 illegal body check, 3-minute ejection foul. That tone, that pace. You can be as jacked up as you can be. That's the pace and the tone we need. You would go blue 27/1 minute. We good? We're good. Okay, something like that helps. Or if you got the crazy one, we have to go blue 27/1 minute. How much time does White still have? Okay, White, you release in 11 seconds. Blue, you're out at 4:22. We're gonna have 2 guys in the box right now. We're gonna be 5-on-5. That's where the E comes in, the explanation. As I was taught a handful of years ago, tell a story if you have to. They make sure that whole group right there knows exactly what's going on before you turn your back and go. The worst thing I've seen, I hate to see it, is when you go, you walk away. Hey, ref, hey, ref. Yeah, what do you got? No, I have blue 27. So make sure it's slow.
All right, so really important. All right, get your cadence down. Don't be like frustrated or angry. Certainly, just be consistent. Okay, be consistent. All these guys, you know, everybody who does games from, you know, Olympic lacrosse, you know, Major League Lacrosse, Premier League, whatever it is now, all the way down to you at the youth level. All of us follow C note. Okay, everybody reports penalties using C note. Okay, so just know that everybody's doing it the same way. This is part of the consistency that we all have that gives the coaches the confidence that our judgment as officials and that our training is sound. Okay. Penalty reporting practice. You guys, it's really important you get in the practice. You can do this before field training. Throwing a flag, yelling flag down. Okay. Also report your penalties, personal fouls, technical fouls using the C note. Okay. We're not gonna do that today in the interest of time, and I have a feeling a lot of you are just letting this run. And you're not by your device, but that's fine. When to use the in-home. Okay. The in-home, like we talked about before, is a starting attack player. Okay. The in-home should be the first player listed in the scorebook. This is the number that you get of the player from the coaches when you certify. Okay. So during certification, you get the number of the in-home. You write this on your scorecard. If a penalty is called against a team when no definitive player is involved, okay, or with the penalties against someone other than a player in the game, the coaches, the bench, the in-home serves the penalty. Okay, that's why it's very important that they're a starting attackman. Okay, the in-home serves the penalty. Okay, so again, we'll go over this at the field training, but you are required to bring a scorecard, okay, or and not scorecard, but your officials card, which we'll show you in a few minutes, and a pencil to write on it, okay? Because you are responsible for things such as the numbers of the captains, who the in-home is, how many timeouts and when they occur during the game, and the score. Okay, the bench keeps a score, but you are also keeping score, and your score supersedes theirs. There's a discrepancy in the score from what the teams think it should be. Your card is the final authority. Okay, that's why it's extraordinarily important that every time a goal is scored, you write down the number of the player who scores the goal and in what period it occurred. Okay. I think I still have some of these scorecard things for officials left at field training. I'll try to give them out. The best thing I can tell you is to get a plastic one online. They sell them at a number of officiating stores. It's a plastic one. You can reuse it after every game. Just wipe it clean. Okay. A lot of people like the paper ones. You just throw out after a game. The paper ones don't do real well when they get wet. Okay. So does anybody have any questions on the in-home or when to use it? Bench penalties, coach penalties, most common, or when no one person can be determine who a foul is against. Okay. Play on situation. Remember, if you see a loose ball situation and there's a technical foul, play on, put your arm up, yell it loud. Okay. Loose ball technical fouls are when a play on results. And if there's no clear opportunity for the offending team to gain possession, okay, the team that the foul is committed against, then you can blow the whistle and award possession. Or when the team that commits the technical foul to start the play on gains possession of the ball. Okay, those are two situations where the play on will end. They should not drag out for a long period of time. Where you see them a lot on the face-offs. Typically pushed from behind by a wing on a face-off, and the ball doesn't really the plan sometimes won't end until the ball either goes out of bounds, picks up by the offending team, or it goes over the restraining line. That will all end the possession or the play on. Does anybody have a question about play on? Again, loose ball technical foul, play on. Remember what team committed the penalty? Okay. If they pick the ball up, blow your whistle, award it to the other team. If the team that gets offended picks the ball up and they are not fouled in any other way, let them go. Play on is over. Play on's over. Okay. The whole point is team A, let's say, offends team B while the ball's loose. If team B picks it up, you don't want to blow it dead. Okay, and stop their momentum, stop their potential to get a scoring opportunity. Okay, any questions on play on? Great. So we'll just go through this little play on process screen. Team B commits a loose ball technical foul, play on. Team A does not gain possession, stop play. Eyes on any extra action. Signal penalty for the push. Award possession. Red ball. Okay. Similar play on. Team B commits loose ball technical foul. Team A gains possession. Play off. Play off. Okay. I sometimes yell play on is over for younger kids just because, you know, most of the kids at 10 and 12U don't know what play on means, or alternate possession, unfortunately. So it's good at the youth level to say things like play on over. You can say play off too. But typically that's more what you see at high school and college. Okay. So here's a video, loose ball interference. Okay, the official sees a loose ball penalty, play on. Okay, green picks it up. Okay. So in that case, the play on's over. Does everyone understand? You don't want to stop the play. You want to give green the momentum and keep the momentum to possibly set up a scoring play. Okay. There was a disadvantage that occurred here through the loose ball push. Okay, but green got the ball, so it's a playoff situation. Playoff. Okay, let's go to the next one. All right, so this is typically a drill that we kind of run through, but not being in person and being remote kind of puts a damper on that. So it's really important, like Nick and Randy mentioned, make some of these calls in front of the mirror. And I know we haven't gone through two of them, but in your lacrosse, lacrosse manual, the downloadable PDF, you can see all the different hand signals for the penalties: technical, personal, restarts, flag down, slow whistle. And we expect you to be familiar with those at our field training sessions, okay? So it's really important that you know those, because when you go to field training, you're going to be doing them for probably 4, 5, 6 hours. Okay. Correction of errors. Everyone does make mistakes. Okay. Even officials. Okay. The one thing to keep in mind, take your time. Once you blow that whistle to figure out whether you made a mistake or not, the clock stops. Okay. But it's really important that you and your partner, you and your partner, understand the mistake, what happened, okay? Then go to the bench, inform everyone, the bench, the coaches of the error. You can give teams time to sub, okay? But what you don't want to do is make a mistake on one of your calls and then stop the play and be like, stop the play, officials timeout, my error, and then do a quick restart. So then nobody knows what's going on and the other teams can't get set. 9 times out of 10, the missed call, you know, or the inadvertent whistle, whatever you do, whatever mistake you made that you need to think about, it can be made 1,000 times worse by restarting the game fast, not telling the coaches and the bench or the scoring table what happened, and then giving a team potentially an advantage. You know, so like, let's say, you know, you make a mistake and you're like, my timeout, officials timeout. You know, it's going to be, it should have been alternating possession. It's going to be red ball. Blow the whistle. You don't want to do that at the youth level. Okay. Take your time, make the call, make sure both benches, and definitely make sure that you're communicating with your partner on this. All right. That you're communicating with your partner on this. Does
You don't want to do that at the college level either.
Well, you'll just get no games for the college level.
Yeah, but Jeremy's got an excellent point, guys. If, let's say, you point the wrong direction, and this is usually where this comes into correction of errors type thing. You point the wrong direction, and then you realize, oh crap, we're going the other direction, and you do it. If you do a fast restart, and you won't really see it at youth, but in high school and college, as soon as those coaches see which way you're pointing, they're sending in their sub packages. And if you fire it up when they've got the wrong sub package in there, you are not going to be allowed to forget it to the end of that game. So stop, give them 20 seconds because you got a timer. Click it. They get 20 seconds to restart, and then fire it back up. It
It's a great point, Randy. Yep.
yeah, like I said, we won't see it in youth, but as you progress in your career, you will see these things, and you don't need the whole sideline letting you have it, especially if you corrected it and you went too fast and the other team scores.
Yeah. That's a great way to lose control of the game and for the coaches on both sides to lose confidence in you.
Yep.
Great. So again, all this materials say 2023 on them, but they're also applicable for 2024. And like we mentioned, your local assigner will tell you whether they're doing all fouls serving full time. USA Lacrosse vacillates on this, but they think it increases the impact of penalties called, ensuring commitment safe and blah 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 blah. But they think it also eases penalty administration for officials and table personnel. I personally think it's the opposite. But check with your local assigners at your field training for whether or not you will be adjudicating all youth fouls serving full time. Okay. All right. So that is it for that section. What we're going to do is go right into mechanics here. Okay. So I'll call that up. Great. All right. So everybody should see my screen. All right. So in lacrosse at the high school and college level, there are typically 3 officials on the field, okay, and a bench official sometimes. At your youth games, okay, for 12 and 14U, there's only 2 officials, you and a partner. If you do a 10U game, it's just yourself, okay, 1 official. So new officials, until you're confident enough in what you're doing, you probably won't be doing too many 10U games, at least starting off, okay? Because we want you to be successful. We want you to be in a position where you're comfortable calling a game by yourself, okay? 12 and 14U, again, you'll have a partner. First-year officials, Randy, Nick, and I always try to get first-year officials with 3rd, 4th, 5th-year officials. So you can learn from your partner on the field, okay? You should never feel like you can't ask your officiating partner questions, okay? During quarters, pregame, postgame, halftime, whatever, okay? You're a team, okay? So one of the most important things that we do in lacrosse, and Lisa, our consistency, is we have mechanics, proper mechanics, okay? The mechanics of lacrosse officiating is really the way in which something is operated, the way in which we operate on the field, where we go, where we stand, where we run to, okay? That's the way somebody in Wisconsin goes to officiate a tournament in New Jersey. Their partners from, New Jersey, they should be doing the same exact mechanics everywhere, okay? That's the way, okay, that we get consistency, okay? First off, be in the spot we need to make the call so we're in the right position. Consistency, making the same calls during the entire game because you're in the same spot. You know exactly what spot you're supposed to be in. Fairness, rules and game knowledge, want a fair outcome, and safety. That's the priority, obviously, in youth lacrosse and also in high school lacrosse. The mechanics give us the ability to be in the right position, be consistent, to be fair in our calls, and to be able to make safe calls. Okay, safe calls for the player. It's all about teamwork. Okay, so part of the reason why mechanics are so important. Okay, there are 3 basic things all coaches need to know from you. What's the call? Who is getting the ball? And where does the ball start? Okay. What's the call? Who's getting the ball? Where's the ball start? What, and Randy mentioned this and Nick mentioned this, what drives coaches nuts more is when an official on the far side of the field, so the fan side of the field, you know, has an invert whistle, signals the wrong way, and is just like, oh, blow the whistle again to start the game. You know, they don't convey to the bench what's the call, who's getting the ball, where will the ball start. Like Randy said, at the higher levels, it really causes a disadvantage to certain teams who are doing their defensive and specialty players substitution packages. Okay. But the officials are also our main form, or mechanics are also the officials' main form of communication to the players, coaches, and fans. Okay. And when we use clear, concise, and consistent mechanics, reporting calls using C-note, proper face-off adjudication, proper lead and trail official positionings. Okay. That's where you get confidence from the coaches, the fans, the players, that you know what you're doing and that you will call a fair, consistent game. Okay. Key considerations: know your physical ability. It's 10, 12, 14. You're not going to get outrun. Okay. But you should be moving. Okay. Anticipate the play. Put yourself in the best position to make the best decision. Even if you've never seen a lacrosse game, by the end of the year, you'll be able to anticipate in youth lacrosse where you should be and where the play of the game is going, i.e., know like when you think the ball is going to get kicked out of bounds, when you think the ball is going to go the other way, when a team is going to get a really good fast break. Okay. Positioning, be at the right place at the right time. Okay. Where's the ball? Am I on ball or off ball? We'll talk about that. Where could the ball go next? Where are my partners? Can I see all the players? Okay. This is all about mechanics and proper positioning. So pre-game and post-game have their own mechanics. Okay. Pre-game, there is almost like a chart that you will follow. Okay. And you establish your credibility during pregame. Let me say that again. The way you handle pregame is the way that you can initially establish your credibility. You're interacting with the coaches, you're interacting with the players, you're interacting with the table staff. Okay. This is not a trivial part of the game. The pregame is not a trivial part of the game. Okay. It sets the tone. Remember, your authority as official starts when you get onto the field until you leave the immediate playing area. Okay. So your pregame mechanics is going to involve interactions with coaches, the table staff. That includes the clock operator and the penalty, the official scorekeeper. The captains through the captain's coin toss. The face-off players before the initial face-off. Okay. The pregame lineup, very important. Okay. Also making sure the in-home's on the field. Remember, the in-home is the first attackman in the books, the scorebook. Okay. So it's got to be a starting attackman. Okay. And to discuss and make sure that you're handling timeouts in between quarters. Okay. Set the tone early. Okay. So let's talk about preparation with the table staff. You will not have professional scorekeepers and timekeepers at your game. You will have a parent who's probably not stoked about doing it, sitting at a bench or standing on the side, who's maybe a little pissed off that they have to do it. Okay. Remember, talk to them. Make sure that they understand for whatever game you're doing how long the periods are. Number one, when they stop and start the clock. Number two, okay, what I just say, hey, my whistle starts the clock and my whistle ends the clock. Whenever you hear a whistle, you're stopping or starting the clock. Okay. Make sure they also understand If they are doing both the job of penalties or the clock and scorekeeper, i.e. penalty timekeeper, they have to understand the score is not as important as recording penalties. Why? Because remember, youth lacrosse, 3 personal fouls, you foul out. You're not ejected, you foul out. Accumulation of 5 minutes of personal foul time, you foul out. You don't get ejected, you foul out, like in basketball. Okay? It's important that that information is being recorded. Okay? Very important. You have to let them understand that. And you have to check between periods to make sure that this information is in fact being recorded. Okay? The other thing you do besides setting up the time and the scorebook with the table staff is make sure that they understand when a penalty can be released. Okay? One of the most common mistakes that the bench will make is releasing a penalty when the penalty time expires during a face-off when there's no possession. Okay? You cannot do that. A person, even when their time expires, if it's during a face-off and there's no possession, they're still restrained. They're still in the penalty box. Okay? So it's really important that you understand, like, hey, just so you know, like, this is when the penalties are released. If this penalty is non-releasable, I will let you know, put my hands over my head, and I will let you know it's a full serve penalty. Okay? So all of this stuff is extraordinarily important that you talk to the bench person. I tend to do this as soon as they get there. Okay? As soon as they're ready, they have their timer set up, they have bench, they have some kind of scorebook or something to write on. I will spend 5 minutes, so typically it's about 15 minutes before the game starts, talking to these people, making sure they understand. Okay? I can't tell you how many times I've had parents at youth games who do the time say, yeah, I know, I do the time all the time for these games. And then it'll be, 10 minutes into the first quarter, and I'll be like, how much time is left in the quarter? I'll be like, 6 minutes. I'll be like, what the hell's going on? Like, we're running 15-minute quarters. Well, yeah, I mean, I do all the high school games like that. Like, yeah, that's on you as an official to make sure that every expectation is clear, including exactly how long each quarter goes. Okay. Randy, got anything?
No, that's perfect. I mean, because believe it or not, guys, the table crew is part of your crew when you're doing that game. And you need to make sure that they understand what their role is and how they're going to help you. Everything that Jeremy just went through right there, you're going to run into this year. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
You're going to run into it.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's going to be on you for your next game to make sure that you have that all corrected.
And another thing about that, ladies and gentlemen, is that sometimes in certain places you will run into a table crew who is criticizing your calls during periods and halftime. You got to nip that in the bud. And if they can't control themselves, you are going to end up throwing a penalty flag for a conduct penalty on the scores table. You don't want to do that. Talk to the coach. Find somebody else to take the score and run the time if they can't handle themselves. It happens. You don't want to be there, okay? So if that's the case, you always got to let me know after a game when you have a problem with the scores table. If it's in the Madison area, let Randy know if he's your signer, and let Nick know if he about these situations, okay? So a very important part of pregame, the mechanics of a pregame is the pregame lineup. Okay? You line up both starting teams, just the starters. Goalie's left shoulder always faces towards the goal that they're defending. Okay? Then you line starting out with the goalie facing the left shoulder, the 3 defense, if you're running 12-14U, 3 defense, 3 mid, 3 attack. Okay? And then the opposite side, you should have it lined up where the defense of one team is facing the attack of the other team. Okay?
Yep, and the in-home is always on the end.
In-home is always on the end. This is the time you have to check to see whether the number you wrote on your card indicating the starting attackman, the in-home for each team is on the field. The in-home for the team has to be on the field during the lineup, the pregame lineup. Okay? If not, the coach has to change the in-home number. Okay? Very important. So typically you're 5 yards apart. Why do you want to be 5 yards apart? I've always used that as that's the distance you want to be from the player on a restart. Restarts are a little bit different this year, but you want to give them an idea about how far they should be away from a player starting with the ball on a restart. Okay? Quick conversations. Hey boys, this is a 12U lacrosse game. What does that mean for one arm swinging checks? Nothing. Guys, make sure that you have your mouthpieces in. It's a 30-second technical foul this year. Do not push anyone from behind. No contact from behind. We're watching that. Also, we're watching now for any contact to the head or neck. Partner, do you have any questions? Anything to add? No. Does anybody have any questions? No. Next thing you're going to do is have the two goalies cross in the middle, shake hands. Each goalie runs to their goal. Players across from each other can shake hands real quick if they want, but they have 20 seconds to get back to their positions if they're not midfielders. Okay? That's when you set the timer. Your face-off official is going to go to the face-off X or dot, whatever the hell the field has. The other official is going to go where they're going to lead, whatever wing, right or left wing. The game's ready to go. Before I start a youth lacrosse game, I will always yell to the first goalie, be like, red goalie, are you ready? I wait for an affirmative. White goalie, are you ready? Wait for an affirmative. Timekeeper bench, are you ready? Wait for an affirmative. Then what do? You look at your partner. You make sure your partner's ready. If he's not ready, his arm's up. If you see that arm up on the official, don't even go to that face. Don't even step close to those face-off guys. Wait until your partner's ready. When your partner's ready, if he's leading to my right, his arm will go towards his right. He's leading to his left, his arm will go towards whatever direction he's leading. Once his arm starts up, goes to the direction he's going, you're ready for action. No more words. Face-off guy, you might say, hey, here's a mechanic. Ball down. You're both going to go down together. When I say down, when I say set, don't move it to the whistle. Down, set, whistle. Okay, down. Get him down. Line him up. Set. Once you say set, they cannot move until the whistle blows, and they have to play the ball. I typically, like Randy, I do not like to use a finger whistle, a whistle on my that's attaches to my fingers, because bringing your arm up to blow your whistle is a very good tell that most face-off people will read. When you have a whistle already in your mouth and you say set, and you take a step back, blow your whistle, starts the game, starts the face-off. Okay, so there's a couple things we're working on at field training as far as the cadence changes and stuff like that with face-off people. But at the youth level, we want to see contrasting tape on sticks, but we're not going to make a big deal about it if we don't. Okay, get the game plan. Just go. We're still looking for hands on plastic, obviously, but the high school level, you gotta have all the bells and whistles. Okay, that pregame lineup, short 2 minutes maybe. Okay, but get to your point, boys. This is 10U. Listen, there is absolutely no body checking at all. There's equal contact. Do not swing your sticks. Give whatever. Once you commit a penalty, you're going off the field. Okay, run quickly. Do you have any questions? 10U kids always have questions, right? Answer them quick. You don't have a partner to riff off of. So get everybody lined up. Goalie, you ready? Goalie, you ready? Bench, you ready? You don't have a partner, so you're good to go. Okay? That is the way you conduct your pregame. Up to the lineup, up to the face-off, sets the tone for the game. If you half-ass it, people are going to think you're a half-ass, even if you're a very good official. Okay? So take that seriously, and it'll pay off, right? That doesn't mean you do a great pregame, you can be inconsistent during the game. That's far from the truth, okay? But if you have a good pregame down, good pregame mechanic, okay, that usually means that your mechanics will hold through for the rest of the game. Okay? Any questions? All right. This is what we talked about. Keep it short. Goalies cross. That's it. Okay. Just like what we talked about. So let's walk through some actual, positioning of where you're supposed to be in the field. Okay. So pre-face-off. Pre-face-off. There's two officials at 12U and 14U. There's a face-off official here and a wing official here. Okay. So you have two people facing off, two on the left side or the bench side, restrained by the restraining line, the wing area. And then two players, midfielders, also restrained by the wing area on the fan side. Okay. You also have a mixture of defense and goalie and attack, all restrained by the restraining line in the attack area. Okay. Similarly, you have the defense in yellow and three gray attack, all restrained by the restraining line. Okay. So your wing official's here. So when the wing official is not ready for the face-off to start, this wing official's arm is up. Okay. He's facing the fan side. Arms up. Once he's ready, he's checked to make sure that everybody's behind this wing line, this wing restraining line, this wing restraining line. Okay. He has to watch. Okay. All of these guys. All right. His arm is up until he's ready. And then he puts his arm this way. Okay. The way he's going, that signals to the face-off guy he can go. Okay. So in this case, we're looking at the wing official who's running right. Okay. Running right. He's on the right-hand side of the field, going right. If he was running left, he would start on the left side of the field. Okay.
Hey,
Jeremy. Yeah.
In Milwaukee, we're going to be going left.
Okay.
So but I'm glad you got this this particular thing up, Jeremy. This is fantastic. You see where the orange guy was, just where Jeremy's pointer was there, right there. They do not have to be in the box. They just have to be below the restraining line. So don't let a coach go berserk on you. Hey, he's not in the box.
Right. This line is the restraining line, perpendicular to the sideline. Okay. So go ahead, Randy.
This is Ben, and I have a question. So, in Madison, are we going to be consistent about whether we're running right or running left?
No, we probably won't. We're not going to do that. We'll talk about that at field training. You typically US Lacrosse wants you to run left, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we'll talk about it at field training. Right now, we don't have any plans in place to do that, just because it's when we did enforce it, it drew like a lot of confusion from the first year officials. But we'll definitely talk about that field training. Good question. Okay, so oops, let me go back. Okay, so in the big thing that you're looking for as a wing official, okay? The big thing that you're looking for as the wing official is you have to make sure the midfielders are restrained behind the wing area, restraining line. Okay. They cannot come out early. That's a legal procedure. Okay. And they have to remember, these players are the only ones, these 6 players are the only ones who can play the ball in this area. Okay. The area between both restraining lines. Okay. The only ones who could play a free ball that hasn't been possessed by a team yet. So the face-off guy has to worry about the face-off. Wing guy has to worry about the restraining of the wing players. Does everyone understand that? Okay, so let's go over the face-off official's responsibilities. We kind of just talked about this. The far side official conducts the face-offs. Okay, make sure both players are in a legal setup position. At the youth level, you will have to instruct players on what the proper position is. Okay, just do your best to get it done fast. That doesn't mean if a player commits a violation that you just say, oh, no big deal, we'll start it over. The only time you do that is if both commit a simultaneous violation. But it means that players are going to try to face off left-handed. Players are gonna have their hands on the plastic. Players are gonna have, you know, feet and you know, hovering over the cylinder of where the sticks and the crossheads are. Just line them up properly. And field training will go over all this as well. But your job is to make sure that every player who does a face-off is in a legal position. At the youth level, you know, you got to go quick. Explain to them, hey, listen, okay, you're going to go down. Once they go down, you can line them up a little bit if they need help. And then what I typically do, at least for the first 3 weeks of the season, is you go like, hey, I'm going to yell set really loud. Once you hear me yell set, do not move until I blow a whistle. Okay. Let's say set really loud. Don't move into the whistle. And then I'll yell set really loud. Okay. And as I'm walking away, blow the whistle. And typically what I do in the beginning of the year is my delivery of that whistle from when I say set changes. But initially I try to go faster because they're trying to figure out how to do face-offs because a lot of coaches can't practice it, apparently. But also, you know, they're trying not to violate. And having a 9, 10, 11-year-old kid stay still for, you know, 10 seconds or whatever is a problem in and of itself. Okay. So take the time, make sure both players are in a legal setup position. Back out diagonally to be clear of the players' paths. Very important. Don't just walk down the line on a diagonal to get away from the players in the wings. Watch the player facing for early movement and other violations. Okay. You got to know where the far side wing players are before you put that ball down too. Okay. So you want to make sure that you can, your partner is checking for any violations and you're checking for any violations. Okay. But once you start to do that face off, you're zeroed in on the face off. Okay. Also, the face off official restarts to play after all violations. One important thing that we're going to talk about in a few minutes, and it's a very important thing to learn, is that when one face-off midfielder violates during the face-off, like jumps, essentially an illegal procedure, don't blow your whistle. Because remember, blowing your whistle starts the actual face-off. Okay? What you want to do, if one of the face-off middies after they're set, after you all set, jumps or moves, okay, you stand them both up. Okay? Then you say illegal procedure, we're going blue. Okay? Or illegal, if you want to say illegal procedure on white, going blue. Okay? Then the ball starts with blue. Okay? If you blow your whistle because they violated, everyone's anticipating the whistle to blow to start to face off. Okay? So that's one of the rare instances where you stand them up because technically the ball's not in play. Okay? You stand them up. And then you adjudicate the penalty of a false start. Okay. Again, Randy, Nick, and I will go over this at the training, but it's if you conduct face-offs well and you're consistent, you know, with your mechanics, but you vary your cadence, it works great at the high school level. At the youth level, you're going to have to do a little bit more, unfortunately, instructing of getting players in the right position. You cannot expect a 10-year-old the first few weeks to go face off and not, you know, need some help getting lined up. Okay. Don't worry. Pre-game or the field training, we spend an inordinate amount of time on face-offs. Okay. Does anybody have any basic questions on this? Okay. So like this slide says, physically adjust the player's positioning. You're going to have to do that. You give your set command, back away, diagonal. Okay. Swissels. You can do that later on in the youth, but at the beginning, just, you know, try not to make too much of a hesitation. Get out of the way of the midfielders in the wing area. Okay. Who are coming in for the face-off. The wing face-off official's responsibility, watching the wings and all other players. What does that mean? The players who are restrained in the defensive and offensive ends. Okay, remember, they cannot leave, go over that line until possession is called or the ball crosses that line. Okay, the restraining line. So it's very important that they stay restrained too. You see it every year. Kids will just, at 12 and 14U, the whistle blows, the attack and defense will just run right out of the restraining line trying to get the ball. You got to stop that. If you honestly can't tell which one's doing it at the beginning of the year, reface. But tell them, hey, you got to stay restrained until I yell possession or the ball crosses over that line, restraining line. Okay, that's a point of time where you can instruct them. Okay. Face-off wings responsibilities, again, watching the wings and all their players, aware of players lined up next to each other for possible interference violations. See this a lot at 14U and obviously in high school. Keep the attack and defense restrained. Watch for the early release. And then locks players behind restraining line on violations. Okay, so that's another thing that you're doing. It's just watching the lines, right? Watching the lines.
Yeah. Hey, Jeremy, on that
Yeah.
one, that last one.
Yeah.
This is where a lot of guys get this wrong, and they get it wrong in high school too. What that means is, let's say Jeremy is the face-off official and there's a violation and it's going to go blue. And you really only yell out one color, whatever color you want it to go. Make sure that all of the players stay behind the restraining line until you blow the whistle. They can't come out and start hanging out by the guy with the ball. They have to stay put. And a lot of guys forget this. So they're in there until you release them.
Yep.
So I hope that makes sense. But like I said, it'll happen, and you'll catch it. And you'll go, oh, okay, I'll make sure I don't do it the next time.
Yep. So again, what Randy's talking about, face-off violation. Once you adjudicate a face-off violation, and let's say gray violated, it is going to be orange ball. This player, everybody's still restrained until you blow the whistle and say possession. Okay, so on the restart, these people can't leave the restraining box until you blow the whistle and say possession or release, depending on what your trainer wants you to say.
I always yell play. And there's a reason why I yell play, because if you yell release and there's somebody in the penalty box, the table worker may actually release them. And now you got another problem to deal with.
That's a great point, Randy. Yeah, that's a good point. So remember, be consistent, guys. Okay, listen to your trainers at the field training. You know, it's really important to have confidence in your calls, to be able to do these pre-games, to be able to do the face-offs, and not half-ass them. You know, sometimes you're doing 2-3 games, and then at the second and third game, you're walking. You know, you're putting the ball down, you're standing on the line, you're blowing the whistle. I've seen it happen a bunch with youth officials. They're not moving on a diagonal, you know, they're tired, whatever. Display the professionalism that you kind of need, which is just showing that you give a shit, pardon the language, right? I mean, there's a huge component of professionalism that just shows that you care. Okay.
You're getting paid to be there. Give them the full check's worth.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to look at some mechanics of face-offs, wing running right. So let's see. Here's the face-off guy, and here's the wing, our right. Okay, so he's running to the right. Now the face-off guy is looking here. Okay, that's the main responsibility right now for the face-off guy. Okay. The right running wing official is first looking at the restraining line here for the midfielders. Okay, the wing area. And he's got to look over here, the other wing area. Okay. Oh, so let's go back for a second. So what does this mean? This means that this official, who's the wing official, who's on the right for this time, should not be here at goal line extended. The official should not be here in no person's land. The official should not be here at midfield trying to figure out what the hell they're doing. They have to be in a good vantage point where they're on the restraining line so they can see if anyone's over. They can see, make sure the wing area is restrained and wing area is restrained. Okay? So you gotta make sure that you're in a good position. Face-off person, responsibilities here. Wing, moving right, restraining line, wing area, wing area. Okay? Okay, face-off goes left this time. So here's the face-off official. Here's the wing. Okay? So the face-off official is doing the face-off. The wing is actually on the right side here. But the ball is going this way. Okay, so the face-off's one. The ball is going to the left. So what happens is the face-off official now has to become what we call the lead official. So the face-off's one, it's going to the left. The face-off official, his partner's down here on the right side. The face-off official has to run and get to goal line extended. This is the goal line. So what we call goal line extended, we consider this goal line extended all the way to the sidelines, okay? So the face-off official, ball's one, face-off, going to the left. Face-off official's got to run. Once the face-off official starts to become the official running towards where the ball is going, they become the lead. Okay? The wing official, who's so-called during the face-off, when the ball goes to the opposite side that they're on, they become the trail official. Trail official. So in this case, the face-off is one left. The wing was originally right. So the face-off official becomes lead. The wing official then becomes trail. Okay. Let's look through this on the right side. Okay. Face-off official. Wing official. Again, on the right. Okay. The face-off is done. It is one to the right. So the face-off official, okay, is not going to be the official closest to the ball. It's going to be the wing official. The wing official then has to get the goal line extended where he or she become the lead official. The face-off official becomes the trail official. Okay. So when the ball is going to the right, the wing officials on the right side, they become the lead. The face-off official becomes a trail. When it goes to the left, the wing officials on the right to start, face-off officials here. When the ball goes to the left, the face-off official is the lead. The wing official, or the wing official then becomes the trail. Okay, so lead and trail, lead and trail. You will always be changing lead and trail, hopefully. Okay. The lead official is always going to be the one who ends up in a half field situation, a settled field. The lead official is always going to be goal line extended. Okay, goal line extended. The trail official is typically going to be the official either in a settled situation, once all the advancement counts have been met. The trail official is the one who is going to be typically on the end of the box, the restraining box. Okay, so remember, if the ball, in this case, heads over to the left side of the field now, the trail official has to rabbit ass all the way down the field to get the goal line extended to become the lead. The lead official has to run as fast as they can, except they don't want to overrun the play. i.e., the lead official, if the ball's kind of stopped here, the lead official doesn't want to run all the way to the restraining box quick. They always want the ball to be ahead of them. Okay, so let me explain this again. The ball's in a settled situation here, turnover. The ball's going to the left. The trail official runs the goal line extended, gets to be the lead. The former lead official now becomes the trail, but they don't just sprint to the top of the box. They have to keep the play in front of them. So they're about 10 yards behind the ball. 10 yards behind the ball. Okay. So if the ball does, pop the other way, back right. They're in front of the plate, and then they get the goal line extended, become the lead again. And then the former lead has to run all the way back to become the trail. So what this is it's like you're on string. When one official runs one way, they should be pulling to some degree the other official. Okay, so this is, oh, go ahead, Randy.
I'll say an easy thing, we were told eons ago, is lead hard, trail easy. It's kind of what Jeremy's trying to get to here. If you are going to be responsible for that GLE, you got to get there. But the trail's got to come in. He's got to clean up all the things, make sure all the substitutions are right, nobody's off sides, stuff like that. Because you're just coming in as that extra set of eyes. The lead is now responsible for that goal.
Exactly. Does everybody kind of understand what's going on? This is one of the things that field training really reinforces. Okay. But again, right or left. Okay. When you're in this case, wing running left, right? You're the non-face-off official, the wing official. Okay, you gotta watch out for these lines, these lines. Okay, so here, ball goes left, face-off official becomes trail, wing becomes the lead. Okay, face-off goes right. Okay, wing official, face-off official. Face-off official becomes the lead, goal line extended, wing official becomes trail. Okay, let's take a look at this video real quick to hopefully show some wing running left proper mechanics. All right, so he's setting the players, step back in the diagonal, blows the whistle to start. Winds his arm to show possession. The lead official. Now the wing official becomes lead. He's got to get the goal line extended. You can see the trail official is over here about 10 yards behind. Okay. And he eventually will make his way up to about the 30-yard line, which is the restraining line. But he wants to give a little bit of cushion between where the ball is or at least the deepest player is. Okay. And that settled situation. That's might be a little bit longer, but that guy seems a little bit long in the tooth too. So he's probably just trying to give a bigger cushion. Yeah. But eventually he'll make his way up as the game action moves up. Okay. But the wing official who became the lead official is at goal line extended. Your job as the lead official here is to govern the goal line and anything that happens in the crease. Okay. You are the sole person who determines whether it's a goal or not. Not this guy, not your trail, your lead. He's the only one who can see whether the ball completely goes over the goal line to score a goal. Okay. Let's take a look at the other example. I think we have another one here. No, we don't. Okay. So face-off violations. We talked about this pre-whistle, stand them up. Don't blow the whistle, state the violation. And then when you blow your whistle to start, wind, say possession, or what Randy likes to say, play in that case. Instead of release, I'm sorry. He says play instead of release. Post whistle, blow the whistle immediately and signal and state what the violation is. No, we got black withholding, going white. Okay. In two-person mechanics, the trail official will handle all restarts. Let me say that again. In two-person mechanics, the trail official will handle all restarts. Okay. You always restart face-off violations from the spot of the violation. Okay. The wing official makes sure the boxes are locked, no releasing, and delays restarts if necessary to make sure that the attack and defense know they're still restrained until the whistle blows to signify the possession and start of the play. So let's look at this violation and restart video. Okay, illegal procedure on yellow going white. Okay, so he calls the violation, and now he is the trail official now. It's going this way. He's restarting the play. Okay, so let's see if we can see that again. Yep. So now he's becoming the trail. Yep. And he's going to restart. Okay. Now at the youth level, you don't have to go that fast, but at the high school level, it should be reasonably fast. Like your restart should be fast. At the youth level, you can take that beat, especially at 10 and 12U, to make sure that people understand what happened. Coaches are going to scream at you. Hey, what did we do? What did we do? We got to know to get better. Okay. It's okay to take that second, but always try to get your restarts at least, don't let them lag. Don't let them just sit there stale. Okay. So face off, possession, and play. Okay. It's very important. Here you have the wing and the face off official. Okay. Here you have the face off X, red versus blue. Okay. Oops. Go back one. There we go. Okay. So when a player gets possession of the ball and makes a lacrosse move, that is when you can yell possession. Okay, gets possession of the ball and makes a lacrosse move. Takes a step or two, has their head up, okay? Don't call possession too early. If you do, Randy, do you typically just let it go?
If you call it too early, you just released all the inmates and now you got all of them to deal with.
Yeah.
So as Jeremy is saying, don't try to get possession called as fast as possible. Make sure it's a good, clean possession and then yell possession.
Yep. The on-ball official will wind his arm backward and yell possession. The other official will then echo that call by winding their arm backwards, as you can see, and yelling possession. Okay, so both officials should be yelling possession and winding their arms. Okay. Now at 12 and 14U, once possession is established, okay, the trail official, so not the lead official, the trail official, okay, they are the ones who establishes the 10-second count. Okay, the advancement count to get a touch into the restraining box. Okay. Importantly, if a loose ball crosses that restraining line, the official closest to the line will wind his or her arm backwards and yell play, with other officials echoing the call and play. That's when the ball crosses, a loose ball crosses the restraining line. Again, restraining line is this, not these. These are restraining only for advancement or stalling calls. Okay. Restraining line. The loose ball rolls over any of these restraining lines. The official closest to that restraining line, wind their arm just like with possession, but just yell play. Okay. And then the other officials should say that as well. So you're either having possession, a guy gets the ball in this cross, takes one or two steps, possession, wind your arm, yell loud. Your partner will wind their arm, yell loud. Okay. But if that loose ball gets kicked and prodded over one of the restraining lines, one or two, okay, yell play, as Randy said, yell play, and also wind your arm backwards. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that? All right. So we're just going to go over some lead official and trail official responsibilities. Okay. The lead official, your major responsibility is the goal. Okay. The goal increase area. You also have end line. Okay. And shot backup responsibilities. Okay. End line and shot backup. You also have a sideline responsibility. And if the goalie or the defense gets the ball, okay, you then start the 20-second advancement count for the defense to get the ball out of their defensive zone over midfield. Okay, so lead official, you're watching the goal, the crease, you're watching the end line and shots, any shot that goes back there to see who's closest to the ball when it goes out. You also have a sideline to worry about. Okay, and if the defense gets possessions, possession, then you have that 20-second count that the defense has to get the ball from their defensive side over midfield in 20 seconds. Okay. You also can have the delayed offsides count as well. Okay. So really you're going to be at goal line extended or one step above or below goal line extended. Try not to be behind goal line extended. Just be right at the line, or like you have to be like one step up so your vantage point is able to see. Because remember, a goal is scored when the ball crosses the line. Okay, lines in lacrosse are typically out of bounds or require stoppage of play. The only line that you really have to worry about of not stopping a play is if a ball touches the goal line. Remember, the ball has to be all the way over the goal line for it to score. Okay. Trail official is watching the shooter and where the ball is played. They also have their own sideline, so that the play in front of them, the shooter, they have their own sideline to worry about. They also have the opposite goal on the opposite side of the field. Okay, for any shenanigans which might be taking place on that side of the field. That's the trail's responsibility. Okay. They also in 12 and 14U have the over, or 14U have the over and back. Okay, where if the offense establishes possession, satisfies their advancement counts into the box, if they or their action causes the ball to go over midfield, then it would be an over and back, be a turnover to the defense. That's the trail's responsibility. Okay, so you have lead, you have trail. Lead, goal, crease, sideline, end line for out of bounds and for shots. 20-second count if the defense gets it, and possibly a delayed offsides count. Trail, action, shooter action, sideline that they're closest to, and everything that's happening on the opposite goal and anything on the midfield, including over and back. Okay. They also will eventually have to worry about being the goal coverage for the new lead. So this is a nice little kind of graph that US Lacrosse has kind of put together. On-ball officials' responsibilities, again, lead official. Off-ball official, trail official. Okay, this is your sight range. This is where you should be looking. And this is where the lead official should be looking. This should be pulled down a little bit. Okay. So if the ball's here, the lead official is on ball. Okay. They are watching the ball here and the goal. The trail official is going to be off ball. If the ball's over here in this area, so this is bisecting where the trail and the lead official kind of responsibilities, I guess, half the fields. Okay. The trail official is on ball when the ball's on this side of the dotted line. The lead official is off ball. Okay, so once the ball goes on this side, the trail official is watching it. The lead official always has this responsibility. Okay, the trail official becomes on ball, lead official becomes off ball. In this situation, the ball is coming towards the lead official. Okay, the lead official is the on-ball official since the ball is coming towards him. The trail, even though theoretically they're a little bit closer, the ball is coming towards the goal. The trail official is off ball. Okay, this is really important that you're communicating with your partner. Okay, and you don't want to get in a situation where both officials are just watching the action of the ball. Okay. You watch the ball, okay, when it's into your area. Okay, the lead official's down here, the trail official's up here. Okay, when the ball's in this zone, they're the on-ball official. When the ball's not in their zone, they're the off-ball official. Okay, so when the ball moves here in this pyramid of coverage, the ball's moving towards the goal, or at least in this area, coming this way. The lead official is on ball. Okay, communicate. This is totally different with 3-man. Just remember, You're only officiating with a partner 12 and 14U. Communicate. Lead official, you cannot get caught watching the ball and not watching the area of the crease in the goalie. Okay? It's very important you understand that. Okay, so let's just go over some line responsibilities. I'm just going to try to get through this so we can have a few minutes left here. Here's the lead official and the trail response. The trail official. Let me go back one. The lead official, remember, this sideline. Okay. Trail official has the midfield line and their sideline, the sideline they're closest to. Okay. The lead official also has the goal line and the end line. Okay. The end line for someone stepping out of bounds while carrying the ball, but also for shots. Shots. Remember, the person closest to the shot where it goes out of bounds, or the ball when it goes out of bounds, gets possession on a shot. On a shot. Randy, do we want to watch this 11-minute video?
Let's start it and see if we can't zip through some of it.
Gotcha.
In this video, we're taking a look at the lead and trail official and their responsibilities. So you'll notice the trail official in the lower left-hand side of your screen and the lead official in about the middle of your screen during settled play. So let's talk about the trail official as the ball moves around the field. Right now, he's just a little lower than the wing line, and he's in what's known as the 5-by-5 square, just about 5 yards above the box, 5 yards in to the field, or 5 yards outside the field, using the wing line as a reference point. And the trail official is right now, he's the on official. So he's watching this player. He watches the shooter all the way through, and the eyes stay on the shooter. Turning our attention to the lead official, he's off right now. But as the play comes to his side of the field, now he's the on official. Now he's dropping below goal line extended to watch the play. And now he's the off official as the ball is in the trail side of the field. So again, we're going to watch this shot and notice the different responsibility. The lead has his eyes on this shooter, but as soon as it shoots, he's got the whistle out of bounds and the signal along the end line. So now, having watched this clip, let's flip over and take a look at how we can diagram out lead and trail and on and off officiating. Here we have the field set to show on and off responsibilities between the lead official and the trail official in a two-person crew. So we've stripped out all of the other players save one red defenseman and one blue attackman. Because again, we're just looking to show really the focus of the two officials here. So here we cut a diagonal line through the goal area or the attack box. And here we say that the lead official is pretty much responsible for everything as the on official on this side of the line. And the trail official is responsible for the entire rest of the field as the on official. So again, the on official means you are the primary.
Oh, that stop. Oh, come on.
Here we have the field set to show on and off responsibilities between the lead official and the trail official in a two-person crew. So we've stripped out all of the other players save one red defenseman and one blue attackman. Because again, we're just looking to show really the focus of the two officials here. So here we cut a diagonal line through the goal area or the attack box. And here we say that the lead official is pretty much responsible for everything as the on official on this side of the line. And the trail official is responsible for the entire rest of the field as the on official. So again, the on official means you are the primary official. So if we move these players up here, trail official will probably bump back just a touch, and the lead official will move in a bit. So the trail official is watching the on-ball action. So that area with the ball and about the 5 or 6 yards around the ball as well. So you have not just zeroed in on the ball, you want to be on the players. And so those defensive penalties of holding, pushing, slashing, cross-checking, pretty much any defensive foul And then the offensive foul as well, moving picks with another player involved, warding off, all the things that you could think of for an offensive violation, the on-official would be calling primarily. But what happens when the ball moves around the field? How do you determine when you are the on and when you are the off? Well, let's go ahead and move these players down. Now, again, there's other players on the field. This is to simplify and just show as the ball moves. So we're going to come on down, and as these players move down, the trail official is going to bump down just a touch. And the lead official is prepping that they're going to come down. And again, the most common thing that's going to happen here is we're going to push to the opposite side of the field, especially if we're going quickly. If they're going slowly, that offensive player might want to set up a play from right down here at X. So then he could go either direction. But if he's really pushing one side, he'll probably cut to one end. And then there's a chance certainly that he's going to push the other direction. So the lead official is just aware of this and to start coming down towards the end line. So here the lead official is the on official. The ball is on this side of the diagonal line. He's got the on ball defensive fouls, the on ball offensive fouls. He's also watching this line just in case, let's say this offensive player just grazes the line. He's going to be right on top of it just in case. Now, if these players are up a little higher, you can certainly be up a little bit more. But whenever you have a contested play along this end line, get to that line. It's going to help sell the call. So if this lead official is that deep, trail official can come in a little bit more. And he's got the big picture. He's looking all the way. Maybe there's a little bit of extension on this side of the field, again, depending on where the players are, right? Because if the lead's attention is focused right here, yeah, there might be some off-ball stuff happening on this side, and the trail official does want to be open to it. So don't let this line just completely take you out of, I can't call anything over here. If something bad happens over here as the trail official, you get a safety violation. Two players are wailing on each other for no good reason. Lead official can't call that because he's looking right over here. Let's continue this play around. So the lead official, actually, we're going to keep him here. So these players are going to start pushing out this direction, and then the defender is always going to be working to stay between his man and the goal. And as that play starts pushing up, the lead official's working out a little bit. And that trail official probably rises up, and now he's up again. So again, that trail official staying in this main 5x5 box between just inside the box and the very end of the wing line, this area here. So again, these players move up, and you can do one of two things here as the lead official. You can either really stretch yourself out here, even if the players come to right about here, right, to see this entire field. Or if you get really stuck, let's say those players really push in on you and you didn't have a chance to back out, or you don't have the opportunity to quickly get all the way out, well, your emergency bailout plan is just to back out at an angle towards the end line or towards the cone. So you're getting here, you see these players coming at you really quick, like this player decided to really push this direction and it took you by surprise. Well, instead of backpedaling, just drop 2 steps, 3 steps, let the player run by you. And now we can follow that play up nice and easily. So there's advantages. There's always that kind of straight line path that we're working along goal line, that yo-yo in and out, in and out. We always want to be active. Lead official is very active. But if you get stuck, a very good way to save yourself from having to spin all the way around or lighthouse is just to drop on down. Because now if we have a loose ball or if the ball drops and we're coming on the way down here, we can always work our way outside the play. So dropping on that angle gives you the opportunity to do that with less steps. So now let's look at a practical example of movement and also responsibilities in this 2-person crew. So we've established trail official has this half. He's the off official, looking around for any potential safety or off-ball tactical violations. The lead official, by virtue of this play, he's been pulled out just a little bit. And so now we're going to look at what happens if the defense gets a little bit off and we have an opportunity for pretty much a bang, bang, quick shot. So here, we're going to go ahead and have a very quick pass up to this midfielder, right? So in this situation, he sees an open man, bangs it up, top of the box. Now, recognizing this, the lead official, and it helps to, as you become more and more of a student of the game, you realize you see an open player or a player sneaking now over to this side of the field. Why did the players suddenly pump the ball all the way over here so quickly? We're looking for this player on the backside. So knowing that and knowing that they're going to shoot here, this is the objective. Now the lead official recognizes that and starts running in. All right, we don't have anybody on this side of the field to worry about, so the lead official is going to run on in. Trail official, all right, he's going to start dropping just a little bit in case this ball squirts out of bounds, or in case, because this is going to be a dangerous pass, just in case maybe there's a tip or the defense picks it up. This trail official is dropping just to prepare to go upfield. So, attackman catches the ball. Now, we've talked the on and off responsibilities. Settled situation, lead official. He has that end line, but primarily has this goal and the crease line. So he's working in this whole way through. By the time that attackman catches the ball, he's on the crease, either a step above, a step below. So he's not blocked by the pipe directly on goal line extended. So whichever you like to be, step above or a step below, get to where you like to go. And then this attackman is going to go ahead and shoot the ball. All right. Say the goalie just makes a save here. We'll keep the ball right at that point. Trail official has the shooter. Trail official has the shooter. Trail official has the shooter. This cannot be overemphasized. In a two-person crew, the trail official always, always, always has the shooter. So let's say ball hits a pipe or it comes right down towards the line. The lead official is the only one, the only person in this entire field who can make a good goal, no-goal call, or a crease violation call, or a push into the crease call. He's the only one who is in position to do that. But he's in position because he recognized what was going to happen. Again, see where that ball is going. See if that tempo of that team has changed up a bit and work on in, because we can always back out as this lead official. We want to come in nice and tight when we get the opportunity so we can be on goal for these close shots. So again, to recap, lead official has the end line on contested plays, has the goal and the crease line for all shots. And the trail official has the shooter, always, always, always has the shooter. Under no circumstances, a shooter never left uncovered. Watch the shooter. It also has the potential for the over and back. We'll get to that in a separate video. And the trail official is also responsible for the goal on the opposite side of the field. So again, when we were talking about when this player had the ball, you know, as he's passing it over to this attackman, maybe a defenseman snags it, and now we have a push going upfield, or there's a tip, and now we have a quick push up here with a red defenseman going to pick it up. The trail official is running to go cover that goal as he becomes the new lead. Don't forget to view more training videos
All right.
on the U.S. Lacrosse
So-
Central Hub.
Does anyone have any questions about that? I think the take-home message also is that the trail official has the shooter, which is important because you could be the one making the unnecessary roughness call, the illegal body check call on the shooter. Okay. Does anybody have any other questions about that? We're running out of time here too. Do we want to do the proper procedure for goal scored, or do we want to go to one of the other ones? Randy, what do you think?
Do the goal scored, because that's something they're gonna be in. The other ones are kind of, this could happen to you.
Sure. Okay, so here we go. So we have a shot. We have a in this case a goal scored, lead official and trail official. Okay. Lead officials area, trail officials area. Okay. Lead official takes the ball from the goalie. Goalie does not throw it to him. He takes the ball from the goalie. The trail official meets just above the restraining box. Okay. Lead official should jog the ball up to the trail official. Or in some cases, You know, when they're 2 feet away, you can gently throw the ball. The lead official then becomes the wing official. The former trail official becomes the face-off official. So everyone understand that? Goal scored. Lead official gets the ball out of the goalie's cross or in the back of the net sometimes. Okay. Meets the former trail official, typically right outside the restraining line. Okay. Trail official becomes the face-off official, jogs over to the face-off X. Meanwhile, he's writing down the goal scores. As typically what happens, the lead official and the trail official, when they meet to hand the ball off, say, do you have 9 on that goal? Yeah, 9 on that goal. So as the former trail, now the face-off official jogs over with the ball, the face-off X. He's writing on a scorecard 9 with the goal. The wing, while he's jogging over to his spot or her spot, is writing 9 with the goal. Okay? Does anybody have any questions? Pretty straightforward. Okay, so this is the over and back restart positions. So what's going to happen here is the offense has a settled situation. The ball goes over midfield, not of their own volition. The former trail now has to become the lead. The former lead is now the trail. Okay. Settle play. Who is restarting? Trail official, lead official. Let's see. Lead official has, remember, these responsibilities, a sideline and end line. Trail official, everything above them, so on the opposite side of the field, and 1 sideline. Okay. Deep restarts across the field. Let's see. Here we have a trail, becomes a new trail. Stay with or just behind the ball as it moves up the field. As the ball crosses midfield, new trail official, who was formerly lead, pause, check off sides, then move into position. This is what Randy and Nick and I have been saying. You can't just run as a new trail official to your spot. You have to let the game action occur in front of you. You never want to outrun the action, so it's behind you. So what happens if the ball starts going that way? Nobody's behind them, and you can't see what's going on. You want to keep the action in front of you. Lead officials watching this way, action's in front of him. Trail official watching this way, the action's in front of them. Okay. The guidance is to keep 2 lines between you and the ball and move towards the goal as the ball moves up the field. As you saw in that animated video, though, it can be difficult when you're the lead official to not let the ball get behind you. So it's closer to the sideline than you are. Okay. So what you always want to do is you want to pop out. I typically go on a diagonal. Okay. But if the attack and defense is driving you this way, you don't want to let them get it between you and the goal. You want to go in a diagonal, okay? But regardless, you always want to keep the action in front of you. You don't want to end up in a situation where you're standing here, the attack and defense with the ball over here, and there's action behind you. Does everyone understand that? You want to keep it in front of you. You cannot call what you can't see. Okay, so this is restarting at the substitution box. Whenever you're on the bench side, you should never start the ball within 5 yards of the bench or substitution areas. Okay, you always want to make sure you're 5 yards out at least, okay, from the box area. Youth, if you want to take a couple more steps, that's fine, because you don't want to have somebody freely come on the field and you blow the whistle and you're setting yourself up for failure, because 9 times out of 10, this player won't see it, and then they're going to force you to potentially call the blind side hit or some kind of push from behind. So just restart the ball 5 yards out, okay, from the sideline within the box area. Okay, so here you have the trail official was the former lead. The ball is going this way. The lead's already in position, okay? Already at goal line extended once the ball gets over the midfield line, okay? So what the whole point of this is, you want to keep your lines some separation, but the trail, remember, cannot just blow the whistle to restart and then run right here. Okay, you want to keep the action in front of you. You want to hang back about 10 yards. Okay, end line restart after shot, ball to defense. Okay, so the defense is going to be here. So the first thing you're going to think of as your official when you blow in the play to start is, hey, 20-second count. Okay, trail is going to have that 20-second advancement count to get over midfield. So here, the lead official is going to stop right around goal line, the top of the restraining box until the ball gets over midfield. Once it's over midfield, he's going to go to goal line extended. The trail officials keeping the ball in front of him or her is checking the midfield line, checking any other lines for being out of bounds or players outside the line. And then he goes right to his spot at the top of the box. Okay. These are pretty standard things you're going to see every day that you do lacrosse. So here it's a fast break to the opposite end, ball starting here, trail starting. It can have the 20-second count. Lead official, fast break. So as soon as that's going over midfield, lead official is busting butt to get there. Okay. Trail official still takes a pause, but for the most part, they're getting to their position as well. So we talked about this already, but penalty relays, inform your partner and the players. Get to open space, facing the table, unobstructed, typically around midfield. Compose yourself. Pace, tone, volume, relaxed, consistent way. C note, color, number, offense, time. E is the explanation. Okay. Real quick, we'll do the penalty relay. Flag is down. The lead relays to the trail. Trail comes to right around the midfield area and makes the call. Okay. C note. All right, we're not going to go through these. Instruments of time. Correcting mistakes. Remember, explain your mistakes. Okay. Don't just restart quick at the youth level. Explain them. Okay. And last slide is going to be end of game. Have an end of game exit strategy. The phrase for today's training is no love for JF1. No love for JF1. That is what you have to send your assigners. No love for JF1. Okay. Sign the scorebook. Your job as an official leaves once you leave the immediate playing area. Okay. Leave the field with your partner. Don't spend a lot of time talking to coaches because coaches are going to get mad. Okay, folks, that's it for the classroom training. Okay, very important. Your next steps. Just so everyone knows, Randy, Nick, and myself, we can see if you've logged in the Arbiter. Okay, if you cannot find your invitation, you need to email your assigner by Tuesday. We have to get this straightened out. You also have to have all your testing in the Madison area and all your videos watched by the March 29th. March 29th. And anyone who is going to the field trainings, April 7th in Green Bay, April 7th in Milwaukee, and April 13th in Wanakee, the Madison area, you have to let your assigner know that you're going to attend. And if you're attending one out of your area, you have to let the assigner know of the area you're going to that you're going to be attending there too. We just have to make sure there's enough games. Okay, Randy, Nick, do you have anything?
No, fantastic job, Jeremy, as always.
Yeah, fantastic job, Jeremy, and fantastic job, everybody who showed up, took time out of their weekend to become officials, better themselves. If you're already an official, you're doing the right thing for our community, and I applaud you for your involvement. Thank you.
Yeah, great job, everyone. Don't forget, no love for JF1. Send that code. I know Randy and Nick don't. But please make sure you follow through with the requirements. I'd love to see you on the field. It's a good experience. You get paid for it. Trust me, nobody's ever said they didn't have fun. Okay, so I'll see you on the field. I'll see you at the training. If you have any questions, reach out to all of us. All right. Have a great rest of the Sunday.
See ya. Thanks, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
ya.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Nick, is this uploaded directly or do we have to upload it to the website?